Alrighty, very excited this morning. I'm putting the final touches on a jazz noir album. Good to get that one done. I'm not gonna schedule that one for publication though. I'm gonna try to get 5 or 6 albums ready so that like 5-6 weeks in a row. I'm also working on a steampunk Christmas album, which is a little more difficult. And then I got to reach out to a couple of professional producers to maybe do some stuff because we've got a little bit of money in the account. It's usually this time of year. I'm waiting for Congress to do their job so that they approve the last of the tax code. It's always a pain in the ass when you file your taxes as a corporation and then they change something. I do have to say, in all transparency, the last couple of years I've been working on getting all of my Irish documentation back. I'm a dual citizen, but I need to get my passport back. I had to surrender my passport when I went into the military. You can't be a dual citizen as a member of the military. You can't have dual allegiance. If you do happen to have dual citizenship, you have to go through a process. I did my process before I even started. But since my father was born in Ireland and has an Irish birth certificate, I'm an Irish citizen. I'm a naturalized Irish citizen. I've just been doing the tax paperwork. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. I can't move back to Ireland. So I don't know if I'm going to finish the process because they tax my pension and America taxes my pension. America taxes its citizens worldwide. Ireland taxes you based on residency and if you're there more than 183 days in a year or some 360 out of 720, whatever the number is. But I got to figure out a plan because, oops, wrong background. I'm a little worried about my country. And I think a lot of people haven't read 1984. This scares the shit out of me. Like, I don't think people recognize to what level yesterday's story terrifies me. This is this right here. You're putting up banners of yourself. Yes, you're the president, but you're just the current person sitting in the office of the presidency. I do not understand why the president of the United States is putting up banners with his face on them in this regard. It for me, it is actually quite it is quite disturbing. We've reached an era of American politics. I did see Canada Canada is pretty much fighting back against the United States in a way that is hurting the US. Canada could close its airspace to the United States. Donald Trump doesn't realize that the United States is powerful, but not on its own. The United States is powerful because of a lot of people working with us, a lot of cooperations. They used to all be our strategic partners. And if the rest of the world gets pissed off at the United States, like Canada could just say, no, you can't fly through our airspace anymore. We outright deny you. And then people are like, oh, well, then the US could do the same to Canada. You're right, they could. But Canada wouldn't be as impacted as the United States would be. People are like, oh, well, the US could cut off the pipeline because the pipeline comes from Western Canada through the United States to Eastern Canada. And you're right, they could. But the moment you do that, Canada just build their own pipeline and then they'll stop shipping you crude oil. It was all about strategic partnerships. Is that banner that different from the red and blue one Obama had, or is it more about how he's using it? It's more about how he's using it. There's nothing wrong with having a banner with your face on it. But let me see if I can find the other one. Are you talking about this one? Because if you're talking about this one, this was a presidential campaign piece of art. This is radically different than this. It's okay when you're running for the office of the President of the United States of America, it's okay to make it about you because you're a candidate. It's about you. But when you're the president and you're putting up banners that are make America safe again. Like, I'm not saying that, yeah, it's on a government building. It's on the Department of Justice. It's like you've got this big ominous banner. Like, here's the Department of Justice, and you've got this big banner as you walk into it. Like, you're the Minister of fucking magic, right? I think Donald Trump forgets the most important term is public servant. You serve the people. Like, everybody in the executive branch serves at the pleasure of the president, except the enlisted military. The enlisted military are the only people that don't serve at the pleasure of the president. All the officers serve at the pleasure of the president. Officers are allowed to resign. Now, whether or not what happens after they resign, most of the time you resign, you're done. You're just finished. Some of the time, if you have a big service commitment, you resign, you get demoted, you got to go to an enlisted tech school, and then your requirement, your debt, gets turned into a contract. But when I was an officer, if the President of the United States, either Obama or Trump, had walked up to me and said, "Lieutenant, Captain, I want your resignation." "Yes, sir, I serve at the pleasure of the President. Here you go." I think Donald Trump forgets that. He's a public servant. He's certainly not making things better. And then right on top of that was this. Veterans slam new VA ruling for determining disability ratings. Veterans and their advocates slammed a new rule by the Department of Veterans Affairs for determining disability compensation, predicting it will lower their payments for service-related illnesses and injuries. The rule states that a disability level must be based on how well a veteran functions while on medication and not on the underlying impairment itself. As a disabled vet, this is bullshit because this is not what the compensation was ever for. Remember, when you go into the military, you're given an evaluation. And if you're not 100%, then you have exceptions to your contract. Like, I had an exception on my contract. Because I broke my legs when I was 2 years old, that's sometimes a disqualifying offense. So in my contract, it was identified this is a pre-existing condition. If your legs break, you get spiral fractures, you break along where your previous breaks were in the first 6 years, then that's considered a pre-existing condition, and you won't be eligible for a medical retirement. You won't be eligible for service-related condition. Warhead got a waiver due to childhood asthma. I'd be willing to bet if Warhead dug up their MEPS paperwork, it would say, if in the first 6 years of your military term, and the Army may be different. Air Force is what I was in. They all have, why we have 6 different books for one military, I don't know. But it'll say, if you have to be disqualified from service for the first 6 years, this is a pre-existing condition. Now, after 6 years, they'll say, you served your initial commitment, and now it's a medical condition that's been aggravated by military service. If you pass MEPS and you don't have asthma documented anywhere in your childhood records, you passed all your PT tests and everything. I served with a captain. She graduated from the academy. She was in Colorado. I think she was on either the track team or the cross country team. So it's not like breathing had ever been a problem for her. Well, then when she went to McConnell, she developed exercise-induced asthma. She was medically retired because she had already passed, like, I don't know, probably 15 or 16 PT tests. But evaluating rating impact of medication, the interim final rule was published. If medication or other treatment lessens the function impairment a disability causes and thereby improves a veteran's earning capacity, that is proper disability level for which the veteran should be compensated. But the problem is, it was never about, the VA compensation was never about your ability to earn. The VA compensation was, you were 100% fit before the military service, and after you go into the civilian world, you're 70% fit. So you're 30% broken. That is what your disability rating was for. The fact that you served your country honorably, because remember, unless you're honorably or administratively discharged, you can't get compensations. You have to be in good standing. Well, the money was to make up for the fact that I now have a lifetime medical condition. It wasn't about my earning capacity, right? I do need to get to the DAV and see if I can get reevaluated under the PAC Act. Spent 2 years in Afghanistan, most of it on Bagram, where they burnt the hell out of all sorts of garbage. Yeah, I mean, you do. You need to, if you have breathing issues now, you should do that. Absolutely. But we're in a boat now, right? I don't understand what direction.
I see all the
I don't understand what direction our country is going. Like, there were times where I could somewhat justify what Donald Trump was doing, what direction we were going, what he wanted to do with our country. But now,
obviously Taylor's thinking, I don't know what the hell he's thinking.
I have no idea what our president's goal is. I simply don't. We're in a country that our president is doing stuff like this. Trump's refusal to invite all governors to a White House meeting prompts group to back out. The National Governors Association is pulling out of an annual meeting at the White House, declining to invite after President Donald Trump declined to invite 2 Democratic governors, undercutting one of Washington's most bipartisan gatherings. He refused to invite Jared Polis of Colorado and Wes Moore of Maryland and said they're not worthy of being there. Dude, Donald Trump is pissing on America. The reason why we are a constitutional federal republic is because the people of the state get to decide who their state leadership is. They get to decide their governor. I don't think Donald Trump understands the reality. I remember yesterday and the day before we talked about Stephen Sharif at Intrepid Studios, who I'm just laughing at everything with him now. He deserves every ounce of everything he's gonna get. But Donald Trump is like, they should respect me because I'm Donald Trump. Dude, I don't respect anybody who bankrupted 3 casinos. I don't respect anybody who's on a power trip. Period. Dot. I do not respect you because you're on a power trip. If you say we're going to do X because of A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, red, yellow, blue reasons, I'll be like, okay. Yeah, exactly. Saying they're not worthy to be there is saying that the people that elected them aren't worthy of regard. And that we're starting to see a problem. America has reached adolescence. I know it sounds weird, a 250-year-old country, but America has reached adolescence now. And people are a lot less tolerant with America because there's no global threat. If Iran was a global threat, America could throw its weight around. But lots of European countries are building up their militaries now. A lot of European countries are going to be able to handle more of their own problems. Yeah, the damage that this administration is going to do over the next 3 years is going to take the rest of the century to recover from. There's a global threat. It's America. We had China geopolitically contained, regionally, economically contained. Donald Trump and all of his, I'm going to make China treat us fairly. Dude, you caused China, through your actions, to make $200 billion more last year. I'm working my ass off lately, and I don't have the money to bail out as many people that I know that need to be bailed out. It's like I bail out one person, I'm like, hey, I need you to start paying me back because I gotta pay it forward to some other people. And they're like, I'm stuck. I'm underwater. The economy sucks right now. I know a couple of people that work in a car manufacturing plant, not far from here. Yeah, they're making $24 an hour, but they're only getting 32 hours because Americans can't afford to buy cars. Well, it's great. What Donald Trump says is he sees people like, oh, well, wages are up. Wages are up, but hours are down. Production is down. You gotta have a logical plan. So you're pissing off Canada. You're pissing off Mexico. Like, dude, you're pissing off America because you won't release the Epstein files. Pam Bondi can't testify before Congress without getting her teeth kicked in. It's fucking laughable. Like, we are literally in a laughable state. He forced China to realize that they've got huge markets that we can't anywhere close to make. Yeah, that's exactly what he did. He said, I'm going to make China pay us what they owe us. Hey, Bubba, what you did was you gave China a reason to look for new markets, and you helped them make $200 billion last year. Meanwhile, we lost money last year. You invaded a country and stole their president. Yeah, China is scooping up Russian oil at insanely low prices. Yeah, Trump's so nice. He's making our adversaries realize their true potential. And everybody's like, oh, well, we'll get Venezuelan oil. The United Nations is pissed off at the United States for violating the UN Charter. I would not be surprised if the next time Donald Trump threatens, I would not be surprised in the slightest. The next time Donald Trump publicly says, I'm going to pull us out of the UN, I wouldn't be surprised if the UN says, America has stated they're going to pull out. Let's have a vote. Should they be allowed to leave? Yes? Cool. We'll be out of New York in 90 days. All of our dignitaries, all of our delegates, all of our representatives will all leave New York. And then Donald Trump's going to be standing there holding his dick in his hand, be like, Yeah, it's not that Venezuela's extraction and refining capabilities are antiquated. I think, unfortunately, people are buying too much into what was said. It's not that their extraction and refining capabilities are antiquated. They can get to the oil, they can get to the easily accessible oil with what they have. It's no different than in America, what we've had to do in multiple places and start getting involved in fracking. And yeah, Venezuela doesn't have a lot of refinement capability. They export crude oil. They don't export, well, they do export some finished product. U.S. crude is insanely good, but here's the problem with that. U.S. crude is too good. See, what people don't understand is, and this is what I did for 3 years, you have a barrel of U.S. crude. And if you refine that, you get X amount of gas, Y amount of diesel, Z amount of aviation fuel, 1 unit of like a lubricant, you get another unit of a lubricant product, and then by the time you scrap it all down, you get heavy oil, which is ultimately furnace fuel. But the thing is that it's better to take a barrel of US crude and a barrel of Venezuelan crude, and now you have 2 barrels of mixed. And then when you do this, you have a better spread of everything until you get to the heavy oil, and you end up with less heavy oil. Because people don't understand, we're burning an oil that we can cut with shittier crude oil and not getting any more value out of it. Because what people forget is you need gasoline, you need diesel, you need biodiesel, you need kerosene, you need the lubricants, you need your WD-40, you need your other oil, your engine oil, you need all that shit. But if we take all that out of 1 barrel of US oil, when we run out, then we're out. Aviation fuel's at a higher cut. And then, of course, we have some jets that are higher cut above that. So where the value comes in is, we can't make certain types of aviation fuel out of Venezuelan oil. But we can make it out of our oil and then take what's left, cut it with Venezuelan oil, and get more gasoline, because we're bringing the mix up. So where they would have this much heavy crude, it only has this much heavy crude. Yeah, it's why we import foreign oil, so we import foreign oil because, like everything else America has done, we have more refining capability than we have production capability. And then Donald Trump says, well, we're going to drill, baby, drill. Hold up a second, Donald. Drill, baby, drill is going to exceed our refinement capability. And again, Donald Trump, not understanding the intricacies, if you increase, so we have more refinement capability than we have drilling capability. So Donald Trump says what we want to do is we want to drill, baby, drill, so that we cap out our refinement capability. Okay, but the problem is our storage capability is based on our drilling capability. So now you want to drill, now you got to touch this, and you got to touch this. Our pipeline capability matches our drill capability because we have storage on site at the refineries. Our distribution capability matches our pipeline capability, which matches our storage capability, which matches our drilling capability. Drill, baby, drill sounds great, except you build more storage, but you can't get it to the gas station any faster. People are like, well, then we could build more trucks. Yeah, you could, but you're still dealing with the idea of it's going to take years. You got to build more trucks. And by the way, for anybody that doesn't understand this, yes, you absolutely can use a truck that was used for this product today on a different product tomorrow, but there's a cost associated with that because you got to clean the truck. Generally, you move diesel and diesel trucks, biodiesel and biodiesel trucks, gasoline and gasoline trucks, avgas and avgas trucks. And when you don't make a delivery that day, you just fill the truck up and it sits. If the crude gets sold in time, well, the crude will always be sold in time because drilling operations have very minimal storage. They like to pump straight to a pipeline and they want to get it out of there. They don't want to have a bunch of product. They don't want to have a bunch of supply because then supply and demand, they're going to say, oh, well, you have a bunch of supply. If you remember back during COVID, when global utilization of gasoline went down, the refineries, because they had to throttle down their production capability, they had nowhere to put all the gas all the crude that they were pumping. There was a day where refineries were taking a barrel of crude oil and getting $50 from the drilling site to take it. Hey, I need you to open up your pipeline and take everything we have. Well, we don't want it. We have too much. We'll pay you to take it. Wait, you'll pay us to take crude oil? Yeah, makes perfect sense. We'll take it. Give it to us. I mean, if everything over 100% crude magically gets shipped away. But see, there is no magically shipped away. There's no magically shipped away. Because you can't... building a fuel storage tank takes a long time. You have to build 110% dike around the tank. The EPA has to come out. You have to have your bunnies, bees, grass, flowers briefing. You have to fill the dike with water and prove it doesn't leak. You have to show where your oil water separator is. You have to be able to, if you have a 1 million gallon tank, you have to have 1.1 million gallon of dike around that tank. You have to have an oil water separator system. So if it rains, you can't just pump water out of a fuel dike. You have to mediate it to make sure that there's no residual fuel in the dike. We've never had a spill. Doesn't matter. When you have fuel tanks, every fuel tank you have has to have water drain off every single day. There's a fucking lot of moving parts to storing fuel. There are a lot of moving parts. It took a crew of 52 people to manage 8 tanks. And those were military trained people who work hours were irrelevant. That's a teeny tiny operation. People are always like, oh, the Air Force must use a ton of fuel. The US Navy must use a ton of avgas. The Department of Defense uses less than 5% of all the aviation fuel in America. 5%. Yeah, we operate in a just-in-time logistics distribution economy. There isn't much storage in general because storage costs money. 10-year tank cleaning cycles cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. The pipeline itself has water draw off. That's where you want to do it. You want to take care of the water remediation while it's in transit. So Donald Trump's plan of drill, baby, drill, we're going to lower the price. Okay, well, who's building all the new gas stations? Is the federal government going to get into the gas station business? Because my little piece of shit podunk hometown has 4 gas stations in it. Well, I'll say 5 because the truck stops technically in my town. We have 5 gas stations. Drill, baby, drill is great. How does that lower the price at the pump? Well, it means more fuel's available. More gas is available. But how does it get to me? How does it get to the consumer? That's a 10-year timeline. That's not a single presidential term timeline. That's not even a back-to-back timeline. Because you're not going to hire the drivers until the storage is built. You're not going to build the distribution trucks until the drilling is complete. So you've got, because these guys don't want to build trucks and have them sitting around for 2 years with nothing to do. But like everything else, oh, hey, we built a new truck. Well, shit. Now we've got to revamp and redesign for these new trucks. Oh, the Department of Transportation changed licensing. I just saw the state of Illinois got hammered by the federal government because something like 1 in 5 CDLs are going to people that shouldn't get them. Let me see if I can grab that. Yeah, there was just a nearly 20%, I don't care about you, nearly 20% of Illinois' commercial driver's license issued illegally. Department of Transportation says. This is from yesterday. The Trump administration is threatening to withhold millions of federal funding from Illinois over commercial driver's licenses. On Tuesday, the Department of Transportation announced to review... No thanks. by the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration of Illinois non-domiciled commercial driver's license found 1 in 5 have been issued illegally. The state has 30 days to revoke these illegal licenses. What do I think the chances are of the U.S. not attacking Iran after moving all this equipment? Must cost tons of money. No, it doesn't cost tons of money. Once a naval group is at sea, whether or not they are, once we move a, once we have a naval group at sea, and they're at sea because they do rotations, whether or not they're in the South China Sea, they're in the Persian Gulf, they're in the Mediterranean, they're in the Atlantic grid, in that depending on which section of the world you're talking about determines which strike groups they are. Once they're at sea, they're at sea. We've deployed 13 naval assets. What is more likely as the indicator isn't the cost. It's the fact that, what about all the planes? The planes are already on the planes are already there. Pilots have to fly around and do training anyway. Like, I get what you're saying, but if the planes weren't moved to the Gulf, the planes would be doing stateside sorties for training anyway. I can't think of a single day that we had an operational airfield that when I was sitting in my office on the flight line, I didn't see planes taking off all day. I go for my walk around here. I'm in Southern Illinois. Our flight line is used by the Guard unit in Springfield because our flight line is longer. They do their touch and go training here. They're flying all day, every day. So whether or not they're forward deployed to regional bases or they're stateside doing their training, either way, what I think the big one is the Patriot missile batteries that have been installed at IUD. That's the small indicator that tells the big picture. We're expecting retaliation because that's why you deploy Patriot missile batteries. You don't move those, set those up on a whim. That's my indicator that there is a strike coming, because we're basically saying we're prepared for their retaliation. The rest of it, we move forces around all the time. A look at the U.S. military assets in the Middle East. The Pentagon is sending the largest force of American warships and aircraft to the Middle East in decades, including 2 aircraft carrier strike groups. This right here is a big indicator. By the very fact that we're sending 2 full strike groups, the Navy doesn't like to put 2 aircraft carriers into the same region, mainly because they don't have to. Sometimes they'll have one in the Med and then one in the Persian Gulf, because of flight time, flight area, whether or not there's sufficient saturation of tanker support. But yeah, it's more likely because we're deploying Patriot missile batteries at IUD. We're expecting retaliation. Donald Trump has repeatedly threatened to use force to compel Iran to constrain its nuclear program, and earlier over Tehran's bloody crackdown on nationwide protests. He said last week that a change in power in Iran would be the best thing that could happen. The other part is this right here. 85 fuel tankers and 170 cargo planes. When you start moving that many fuel tankers, because that's... What the fuck? Hold on. Okay. That's right. The math works. If we're taking 170 cargo planes, that's probably the same planes that have been going in and out, dropping off stuff. That'd be your Patriot missile batteries. I think it's pretty. Yeah, right here. I didn't see this before. We're gonna get. It's gonna get ugly. Yeah, 2 carrier strike groups is workup for wartime ops. 2 within 150 miles of each other is a logistic nightmare for the air traffic controllers. Absolutely. So, yeah, you're basically, it's the equivalent of 2 Air Force flight lines operating at the same time. It's like shit. I do think we're gonna strike Iran, and the reason why I think we're gonna strike Iran is I believe President Trump became president with the goal and the idea of winning a Nobel Peace Prize. And he didn't get one, so he's mad. Did you see that? Yeah, I already talked about the Ministry of Magic. Trump is the Ministry of Magic. This makes me sick. This absolutely makes me sick. I hate my country. I really do. I have to pay a lot of taxes if I move to Ireland. It might be worth it. I just cannot fathom. I just cannot fathom why people want to live in a dystopian fascist nightmare. Yeah, it looks creepy to a certain Mussolini building. Sorry. Another veteran. A veteran is a second generation veteran. Their child is a third generation. They're going to go into the military, but they had to have a tooth pulled. They had a rotten tooth that flagged on their MEPS exam, so they had to have the tooth taken out. Life without choice and things chosen for us is easier. I support it. Well, then you're stupid. And this is probably not the right chat for you. I don't want anybody to make my choices for me. I don't want to be, yeah, I covered the VA qualification thing. I don't want to be told what my choices are. I want to aim for the stars, and if I miss, I want to aim for the moon, and if I miss, I'll still live among the stars. If I lived in a communist country or a socialist country, I wouldn't have the success I have today. I was the fourth of 5 kids. Oh, I was the 4th son. I was the 5th of 5 kids. I would have been shuffled off to, a bullshit job in a socialist or a communist country. I like to think, I like to read, I like freedom of choice and freedom of speech. I really do like Dennis Leary from Demolition Man. I like to smoke a big cigar in the no smoking section. I want to be able to walk down the street covered in green jello singing I'm an Oscar Mayer wiener just because I want to. That's not it. If your life is so pathetic that you roll around Twitch saying stupid shit to troll, then I weep for your parents and I weep for the teachers you had, but I weep most of all for you. If the best you can do in life with your time is troll, then I already know everything I need to know about you. You're a half-assed, non-achieving degenerate. Sorry, because smart people, successful people don't roll around trolling. I don't understand trolling because I don't understand the idea that anybody wants to wake up every day and be pathetic and waste their life. Yeah, it won't change anything. That's the problem. The trolls are the people that want to be given a job, a minimum wage, a pat on the head, and go about life. They don't know how to critically think. They know how to accept. That's why we're in the situation we're in. Because we're in the situation we're in because people don't know how to parent their kids. We have a whole generation of kids raised by parents that didn't know how to parent, and they want to blame the system. Everybody wants to blame the boomers. I keep hearing this nonsense. The boomers The boomers, they made their fortunes, they made their money, and then they pulled the ladders up behind them. How? How did the baby boomers do that? The baby boomers weren't in charge in mass when the changes happened. The silent generation is the one that put us on a fiat currency. And when you're on a fiat currency with a 90% fractional lending, that's why prices go up. Because you give more money to everybody. It's because people don't understand this. And because engaging and generating new content, trolling causes discourse, you thrive on the discourse. You should be saying thank you. What I should be saying is fuck you, because I can handle a 4-hour show without your stupidity. So I don't say thank you to trolls. I say fuck you to trolls. That's why I said, if stupid shit dribbles out of your mouth, this isn't the show for you. All the people were saying back in the 1970s, we need to have more accessibility to money. We need to have more accessibility to money because the demand is high. But guess what? The supply was high too. We were building houses as fast as families needed them. But the problem was a family of 6 was living in a 1,000 square foot house. There are better words to use than fuck, expand your vocabulary a bit, but ironically, the word fuck can be used as every part of speech. It can be a subject, it can be a noun, it can be an interjection, it can be an adverb, but what's even better is, I'll end this shit with a fuck you, but have a nice day. You had a family of 6 living in a 1,000 square foot house. Now a family of 4 complains that they're not in a 3,000 square foot house. That's had nothing to do with the baby boomers. See, I don't mind if you want to complain about the system. 1971 fiscal year, 1972 calendar year. Yeah, you live in a 900 square foot house, you live alone, it's more space than you need. I lived in a 986 some odd square foot house, 3 bedrooms, 1 bath, kitchen, living room, laundry room. That was it, but I lived by myself. Well, I had a steady stream of girlfriends that would move in, move out as they came, but lived by myself. That was more than enough space. Had I gotten married and had kids, the back bedroom would have been the kids. If we had a second kid, my office would have become the nursery. And then I would have gotten a bigger house. How is square footage measured though? Is it for footprint square footage or combined square footage? That's a great question. Unfortunately, the houses in the 50s, 60s, and 70s were measured on the outside perimeter, length by width, and that was the square footage. As we moved into a more refined and sophisticated society, we started measuring the rooms. And then as we measured all the rooms, we add up all of that. It's just like when people, like, what makes me mad sometimes is you have like a mud room, but the square footage of the mud room is included in the square footage of the house. And you're like, it's the mud room. Yeah, it's convenient to have the washer and the dryer on, but it's not really livable space. But it's how we do it. 2 bedroom, 1 bath would probably pinch a family of 4 a bit. 2 bedroom, 1 bath would probably pinch a family of 4 a bit, but that ties into the idea of if you can't afford a second child, don't have a second child. I honestly don't get why you have all these crazy lawns as well. What are you going to do with all that grass? Salty bread, that is an amazing fucking question. That's an amazing question, and it's one that I have to explain to my foreign relatives all the time. I have probably 20 by 18 maybe. I have 360 square feet of front yard. Americans, we don't like our houses right on the sidewalk. We like about 20 feet from the sidewalk to the front door. We like curtilage. But then we also have really big backyards. Well, that's what you're paying for. My lot is about a third of an acre. I have a nice backyard. I don't need a nice backyard. I don't have dogs. I don't have a pool. It's an entertaining thing. It's used to be there. We would send children out to play with 10 other families worth of kids. Right. Yes, a lawn is a pissing competition with the neighbors to signal wealth. Absolutely. There are some people, like, I don't want my house on the front sidewalk. I also don't want to be able to reach out and touch my neighbor's house. That's why, I don't know, about 5 years ago when I was going to build that house, I ended up backing out of the deal. And now that whole subdivision is done, if I walk through that subdivision, there's 5 feet, there's 2.5 feet from your house to the property line. So there's 2.5 feet from the property line to the next house. I'm 5'11". My wingspan is 5'11". I can walk in between these houses and I can touch both of them. That's too close. Yeah, your yard is huge and it's a waste of space. It causes your taxes to be high. You need big backyards now because people don't trust their neighbors enough to let their kids play in the front lawn. People don't trust enough people anymore to let their kids even play in the backyard. What was really funny to me was people were mad that there's a registered sex offender. He's a registered sex offender. He has the sign in his front yard. And I had to laugh my ass off about the Karen. A Karen bought a house 2 doors down from him, found out he was a registered sex offender, started defaming him on Facebook. The whole community told him, knock your shit off, because nobody likes the fact that a registered sex offender is living where he's living. But that's the reason that house was so cheap. She kept going on about it. The guy just got a lawyer. And the guy got a lawyer and sued her for defamation of character. You're bringing it up every day. You're trying to force me out of my house. I have fulfilled all my requirements. I don't go near the park. This is what the guy said. I don't go near the park. I don't go near the schools. I'm not allowed to, and I don't. His lawyer made the argument in court that the man is paying his debt to society. The woman ended up owing him, I believe, $25,000. Look, if you're not smart enough before buying a house to ask your realtor to run the registered sex offender search for you, then you're dumb. You're dumb. Depends on the type of sex offense he committed. Well, the thing is that you shouldn't buy a house, right? You shouldn't buy a house next to a sex offender and then be upset that you bought a house next to a sex. I could totally understand, right? If you found out, but that guy had the sign in his yard because they're required to have a sign posted warning children not to approach the door. But you bought the fucking house. Did you, like, maybe you're not smart enough to know to talk to a realtor for that. Did I hear the civil case traumatic injury against the 9-year-old was tossed out? She shot through the door and hit one of 4 masked intruders in the leg while they were trying to break down the door. If I have small kids and he's a pedo, it matters. Again, it doesn't matter. I would tell you were still wrong. If you bought the house 2 doors down from him and he had done everything on the above board, he had the sign posted, he was on the registry, and you bought the house, I would unfortunately have to say to you, you didn't do your diligence. On the flip side, if you bought the house and you found out he was there and he wasn't registered and the sign wasn't in his yard, then I would say you're absolutely right for putting him on blast and for trying to run him out of there. Because I had that problem. When I got stationed at McConnell, Yeah, that would make a difference whether or not I buy the house. Exactly. That's the exact problem I had. I bought the house, and then this guy was always leering at my family, my girls. I have all daughters. He was leering at my kids. So I walked over and I said, "Do you got a fucking problem?" And because of how he acted and he wouldn't answer, I did some digging. I found out he was a sex offender. He was required to be on the registry. He was living in his mom's house, but he hadn't registered himself to that address. So I called the cops. And I said, "Hey, this is a big fucking problem. The terms of his parole require him to be registered." Well, he was gone within a couple of weeks because he violated parole, violated his release conditions and everything. And then the neighbors came up to me at the next block party barbecue and they're like, "Oh, we're so thankful that you got him out of here." Well, why the fuck didn't you get him out of here? Why didn't you do your job? You're not a bad person for engaging with law enforcement when somebody is, dun dun dun, not following the law. Yeah, a neighbor not caught could still stare at the kids. A neighbor not caught could still stare at the kids. And unfortunately, I'm going to say this, the laws of my country sicken me sometimes. There have been judicial rulings that say leering isn't a crime. What? We have a charge in my state called reckless conduct. Any act, legal or illegal, which does or does not cause harm, can be reckless conduct. Look, man, you're a grown-ass man who spends all day, every day, sitting in the playground part of the public park. You don't have kids, you don't have grandkids. I think it's time for you to move along. I don't think you need to be here all day, every day. It's a little fucking weird. We had a guy on Scott Air Force Base. The one side of the base was open. This motherfucker knew the exact distance away from the on-base school that he had to stand. He was just staring at the kids at recess. Security forces came up, ran his ID, and they're like, "You're a registered sex offender." And he says, "I am, but I'm not within 1,000 feet of the school." He was 1,025 feet away from the school. And they couldn't do anything. So what they did is they just had to close off public access to the base. Now everybody that lives in that base housing has to go onto the base all the way around the BX, the shopette, the BX and the commissary. They have to drive around. You can't access, because that's the only way they can keep the kids safe. Dude, isn't there, you're adhering to the letter of the law, but not the spirit of the law? We have only scraped the surface of the Epstein files and how the ultra-rich run the entire world. Well, we've known forever that the ultra-rich run the entire world. Absolutely. You're kind of headed into fairyland with your laws and all the loopholes and the letter of the law being placed above the spirit of the law. You're right, salty bread. America, well, the whole Western world has embraced this idea that the Constitution was really short because it was meant to be used. I mean, other than those 3/5 of people, and Indians don't count, nor do the indentured servants. Oh wait, we got rid of them because they were white Irish people. I mean, other than those glaring issues, the Constitution was written on the understanding that unless we say you can't do it, you can do it. You don't count. Not at the time the Constitution was written. You don't count. Sorry, you didn't count at all. And if you were black, you only counted for 3/5 of a person. It's like, show me in the Constitution where it says women can't vote. In 1787, 1788, the Constitution doesn't say women can't vote. But in 1920, we have to pass the 19th Amendment specifically stating women can vote. What? What? Yeah, they redacted suspects' persons of interest more effectively than they redacted the victims. Right, that's what I'm saying. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say you can't vote. But what did states do? Controlled who could vote. So much so that in the 14th Amendment and the 19th Amendment, we had to turn around and specifically state which rights people had. That's why when people say America's the greatest country that ever existed, it's not. It's not at all. Because you had rich, educated, wealthy, white men saying other men were less than equal. All men are created equal, except Native Americans, blacks, and Irish immigrants. Oh, and then let's not forget Chinese internment camps where we took the yellow man's farms. But we're the land of the free and the home of the brave. I only have the rights I can protect with my fists and guns. You know, more and more, I'm beginning to feel that way. Yeah, the Asians who built the railroads. More and more, we're at the point where this country is going to have a revolution. Yeah, America leads the world in only two demographics: the number of persons incarcerated per capita and the number of people who think they've seen angels. Here's why we are the greatest country that ever existed. We are the very first country to have freedom. No other country was free like America till we did. Except the problem with your line of thought, and I do agree with you because you're historically correct, but you are historically correct. But people were more free. People were more free under feudalism as serfs than they are as they are as American citizens. People worked less as serfs. I want people to resonate this for a moment. We brought freedom to the world. No, we didn't bring freedom to the whole world. We were helped to bring freedom to the world. Remember, without the French involvement, we're all British citizens. Except me. I would have never been allowed to be a British citizen. Without the French, we lose the revolution. Period. Dot. If England had wanted to, it could have prevented us from completing the Louisiana Purchase. America used an English bank to fund the Louisiana Purchase while France was at war with England. The only reason why the English let that go through is because they wanted France to lose their land in America because they were being petty.
We're gonna build a new settlement. We'll have a happy new life and we'll have equal rights for all. Except blacks, Asians, Hispanics, Jews, gays, women, Muslims. Everybody who's not a white man. And I mean white. So no Italians, no Polish, just people from Ireland, England, and Scotland. But only certain parts of Scotland and Ireland. Just full-blooded whites. No, you know what? Not even whites. Nobody gets any rights. America.
That's about it. I don't disagree that people are exploited for their labor, but that is effective free enterprise. It is the effective free enterprise. But this is where the problem is nobody's exploited. And I know people get mad at me for this, but nobody is exploited because we don't live in serfdom. If you don't want to do the job, don't do the job. Nobody has ever been picked up by a van in the morning, a gun put to their head and said, you're going to go do this job today. And if they have, I've never seen it happen. You're not a consumer in the government's eyes because we're not state-sponsored capitalism. We're state-backed capitalism. If the government actually sold us the products directly, then you're absolutely right. We would be consumers in the government's eyes. That's all. But the problem is, it's education. People don't, like when people got their COVID stimulus checks, did they pay off all their debt? No. What did they do? They bought shit they didn't need. Why did the government give COVID stimulus checks? to re-kickstart the economy because the economy was collapsing. So when I got my COVID stimulus checks, me, my wife, my kids, 50% of that money went into savings. The other 50% of that money paid for the vacations we were going to take, but then the money that I didn't spend, I put into savings. There's a lot of there's a lot of people that don't know the rules of the game. Billionaires create jobs. We agree to work for them, right on. The problem is the margin of wealth that everyone is complaining about. Here's the bottom line. Billionaires who built this country gave most of their money back through altruism. No, they didn't give most of their money back. But you're on the right track. Without the billionaires, there's no jobs. That's absolutely correct. Where people have the disconnect, I completely agree that the distribution of wealth. No, they didn't really give it back. I don't need to check it. I teach economics. They didn't give it back. They didn't put billions of dollars back into the economy. That's why they're billionaires. If they gave it back, if Elon Musk gave it all back, how does he have a net worth of $750 billion? He didn't give it back. And nor does he have to. He generates more money for the workers than anybody else. The problem is the US Reserve is still printing money. Who told you that and who lied to you? Why is this lie continuing to continue? Because you say they put money into the economy, but did you know that the balance sheet reduced by 132 billion in 2025? Yeah, they input some short-term liquidity at 13.5 billion, but the overall balance sheet was down 132 billion. But this is also the problem of a fiat currency. Yeah, you say JP Morgan, but the Morgans, the Rockefellers, the Carnegies, they didn't give it. They didn't give their wealth away. They generated wealth for people. Like everybody who has a successful business generates wealth for other people. People's complaint is that they think they deserve more. Like the classic example is, I put $5 million into a business. And then I pay you $20 an hour. Well, you feel that because you see me drawing a $500,000 a year paycheck, you feel that your $41,600 a year paycheck isn't fair by equivalent. Now, when you talk about JP Morgan gave away 2/3 of his estate, but not to the people. JP Morgan didn't give money to the poor. JP Morgan invested in society, which is still charity, but radically different. JP Morgan established the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the American Museum of History, and numerous other things. So yeah, his wealth was approximately 1.7 billion, and he gave away 900 million in equivalent dollars. But he put it into society. Carnegie did the same thing. That's why we have Carnegie Hall. It's good. Yeah, Giving it to the poor without teaching them how to use it is absolutely throwing it away, which is why I'm against WIC. I'm against SNAP. I'm against welfare, because you're literally, you're giving them a fish. You're not teaching them how to fish. But see, this is the modern person's problem. They're mad that they see me making $500,000 a year and they're only making $41,000 a year. Okay? Well, let me change the scenario. I don't build the factory and I take my 500,000 and I go home, or I take my 5 million and I go home. Now this is what you make. People forget that the rich have the risk. You've seen recently with Ashes of Creation, because I also cover Ashes of Creation, $100 million pissed away. But the workers got paid up until the last 74 days of money they owed. You're making them beholden to a pittance of money for milk and breads. They do not know how to break away from that check. What do you mean? What do you mean they don't know? They don't know how? It's not that they don't know how, it's that they don't want to. You're a Navy vet. Every single person, when they turn 18, could go to the recruiter and we could be at 100% manning in the military. Yeah, they don't want to. See, that's why we got to be, people get mad all the time because they say I'm arguing semantics. It's not that they can't, it's they don't want to. People are always like, well, if they stop shrinking the size of the military. Well, they shrink the size of the military because we haven't been at 100% manning in decades. I think we're at an all-time low in terms of percentage of military-age population that are eligible to enlist. Yeah, you're right. Right now, the military is one of the best options for people, bar none. Go into the military, get a job, get a trade, get your 5 level. Now, yes, are some people going to go into the military and get assigned to an MOS or an AFSC that isn't going to have a very good civilian equivalent? Yeah, because we're always going to need chemical warfare technicians, and we're always going to need 11 Bravos, 11 Bang Bangs, 11 bullet catchers. Infantry really doesn't translate well to civilian world. But if the best fucking job you can get, when you go to the recruiter and you go to MEPS and you take the ASVAB and you come back and the recruiter says, son, the best job I can give you is infantry. Fucking take it. Right? What's one of the 3 jobs that doesn't transition into civilian life in the Air Force? If the best job you can get is infantry, then you already know what your fucking odds are on the outside world, because you can't score high enough on the ASVAB to get it. You have no electrical inclination, you have no mechanical knowledge, you have no coding speed. I don't even know what they take instead of coding speed now. You literally, you suck so bad at basic skills, you can't even get an admin job. I walked into the recruiter's office. I qualified for every job. They were like, what job do you want? The recruiter saw my ASVAB scores. He took the whole binder off the shelf. He handed me, he said, go sit in the lobby and look through all the jobs. All the jobs, every single job. Okay. He was dealing with all the other people who had to score, like, look, you can be security forces or a cop. Aircraft weapons systems technician. Yes, you can do military contract for it, but compared to every other job in the Air Force, it's very limited. Yes, if you got aircraft weapon systems technician, then yes, that is. I just wanted to know which one you got. That is one of the ones that doesn't. That is one of the ones that doesn't translate. The ASVAB is the greatest test ever developed. I agree with you. The ASVAB should be given to every junior in high school in April of their junior year. They should take the ACT and the SAT, and then they should all take the ASVAB. Because then, yeah, would it be a cost for the military to grade all those ASVABs? Yeah, it would. But it would be a absolute eye-opener for people when the military's like, your jobs are infantry. The mobile infantry made me the man I am today. It'd be an eye-opener for you. The other problem is we don't even have high schools in America anymore. What do we have? Do we have high schools? No. We have college prep schools. Colleges are the root of all evil. Colleges want to control how you think, what you think about. Yeah, the ASVAB is an aptitude test. Like, my wife had an insanely high mechanical score because my wife's father is a mechanic. I had an insanely high mechanical score and electrical score because my dad's a mechanic and an engineer, the electrician and carpenter superintendent. So my whole life growing up, I was learning about that shit. Yeah, you can score an 86 on it with no training. Absolutely. But it's not that you had no training. It's the sum culmination of all the things you've ever learned. It's so like, why did I have a 99 or 98, whatever the fuck the number? Do I have it up here? I might not have it. I don't think it's in my, I think it's in this one. No, it's not in this one. Whatever the max score is mechanical, I had that. Whatever the max score in electrical is, I had that. Whatever the max score in coding speed was, I had that. But I also took the ASVAB, and I had a master, well, just about a master's degree. I had 2 college degrees already. But you're absolutely right. For the kids in high school, it's a great force shaper. The other one is kids shouldn't be just taking the ACT, the SAT, and the ASVAB. They should be taking the career aptitude test. Like, what are the jobs that are most suited to you? But no, instead, we tell kids, you can be anything you put your mind to. Really? We tell kids their whole educational life, you can do anything you put your mind to. Then they get to college, they're there for 2 years, and they fail out. And so now they have 60 grand in college debt, and they don't even have an associate's degree. I'm sorry, this country has been designed to help people fail. Yeah, you succeed with no college. Another big one that I saw was the Ukrainian Air Force denies that its F-16s are being flown by U.S. and Dutch pilots. Amid growing rumors in recent days, the Ukrainian Air Force has denied that its F-16 fighters are being flown by pilots from the United States and the Netherlands in the conflict against Russia. According to Ignat, the report came as a surprise, although it was known to be false. He stated the decision was made to allow the rumor to continue circulating across various media outlets in order to assess the potential impact on Russian operational planning. What's my take on the most recent Iran stuff? I know you said it's not likely to happen. No, now that I'm back from vacation and I've seen what assets were moving over there, first and foremost, when you have two full carrier strike groups in a region, you're planning on doing something, not because we don't like to put 2 carrier strike groups near each other. It's risk versus reward. Number 2, when we start moving tankers into an area, it means that we plan on having a lot of sorties in the air, and tankers are basically what allows the aircraft to just remain on station until they get further instructions. And number 3, when we start deploying Patriot missile batteries, it means we're planning on doing something that's going to initiate a response, because the Patriot missile battery is a defensive weapons capability. So, yeah, you're not going to, you're not going to move 85 tankers and multiple Patriot missile batteries to IUD'd unless you're planning on stirring up some shit. With that said, it is absolutely possible we go into war. More than likely, yes, but there is one remaining idea that because Donald Trump has never been a very successful wartime president, he very well may be posturing with Iran. With the amount of stuff they moved into the region, no, Iran's not dealt with. Iran is... There's two problems in Iran right now. The first problem is they're a country in... Yeah, they're killing their protesters. Now, I know this is going to make me sound not humane, and I'm not trying to sound not humane. I'm trying to sound like... I'm trying to sound like a pragmatist. Iran's protests are not our problem, and we shouldn't be intervening. We need to stop intervening in other countries. Number two, Iran months ago was working with light water reactors. They weren't working with the type of reactors that you used for weapons grade enrichment. Now, I do want to foot stomp. Can you make a small nuclear device with light water reactor enriched material? Yes. Yes, you can. Small yield. With that said, yeah, Phelan just hit the nail on the head. Here's the nail on the head. We shouldn't be worried about Iran killing Iranian protesters in Iran while the U.S. executive branch is killing American protesters in America. The woman that was driving the car, the guy that was on the street. No, it's not a bad comparison. It's not a bad comparison at all. ICE agents killed 2 American citizens. 2 individuals. It doesn't matter what the body counts don't matter. Wrong is wrong. Our killing of 2 protesters was not intended by our government. It was a rogue ICE agent. No, it was a rogue ICE agent? You mean 14 rogue ICE agents? Wife hit the ICE agent before he shot her. Did you know that the Department of Justice instructions prevent you from shooting into a vehicle? Did you know that? It actually goes against their first order of use of force. So, when people say she drove into him, yeah, their instructions tell you not to stand in front of the car. I'm tired of people not doing the homework, right? ICE has 14 rogue agents. That means that means that's a failure of the executive branch. Department of Justice policy on use of force. Deadly force may not be used solely to prevent the escape of a fleeing suspect. Firearms may not be discharged solely to disable moving vehicles. Firearms may not be discharged in a moving vehicle unless the person in the vehicle is threatening the officer or another person with deadly force by means other than the vehicle. The vehicle is operated in a manner that threatens to cause death or serious physical injury to the officers, and no other objectively reasonable means of defense appears to exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle. He murdered that woman. He murdered that woman. He's not supposed to stand in the danger zone of a vehicle, which is directly in front and directly behind. He was able to safely move out of the path of the vehicle. He did not have a body cam on, which means he should not have been actively operating. He should have become a backup officer. Okay? He murdered that woman. Period. Dot. Period. Dot. His instructions tell him to not stand in the danger zones. His instructions forbid him from firing a weapon. Now, if the wife on the other side of the vehicle had a gun, he could have shot into that vehicle because their instructions say it has to be use of deadly force by means other than the vehicle. He murdered that woman. And what didn't happen immediately is he was not taken into custody by any of the other agents there. If I had been there on scene, I would have arrested him. I would have said, you are under arrest for the murdering of that woman. Period. Dot. No questions asked. He is then entitled to he is entitled. How many times have I seen clips of agents emptying their clip on one person? Okay, so let me stop you for a second because I've seen the comments you've made and you're jumping all over the place. You can empty your magazine into a suspect, provided your body cam footage shows the threat was not eliminated. Every officer is supposed to discharge 3 rounds at a suspect, 2 in the chest and 1 in the head. If the threat is not neutralized, you may fire more rounds. You continue to fire until the threat is neutralized. Now, the other individual that was on the ground, I don't like the use of force policy. However, those 2 individuals that shot him when they were on the ground have a plausible reason, a reasonable, articulatable reason while they continued firing. Because they heard gun, 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 and they saw an object in his hands. He appeared to be reaching for the object. Did they still murder him? I think they're going to find that they murdered him. But if the threat isn't neutralized, you continue firing. No, it was an ICE agent. It wasn't a regular police agent. I'm gonna help you out here. Please don't come out on my show and start correcting me when there are things I've researched. Okay? I don't need your help. I'm talking about the protester who was shot in Minnesota. That's the one I'm talking about. As far as other officers unloading a magazine, a clip, they're called magazines. Okay, right. But you're talking about other incidents. What other incident? Give me a link to something where officers fired an entire magazine into a suspect. Because unfortunately, if you haven't been trained in the use of force, then you're talking as an ignorant, and ignorant's not an insult. Ignorant literally means uneducated. If you can end the threat with 1 round, the only question I'm going to ask is, why did you violate your weapons discharge policy? Because I've never seen a weapons discharge policy that doesn't say 2 to the chest and 1 to the head, reevaluate the threat. So which incident are you talking about? Because I don't want to talk about these magical incidents out there in the ether of a guy that knows a guy that knows a girl who knows a guy that walks a dog that talks to a cat that knows about an incident. I want empirical data. I want to be able to look at a report, a news article, something that says the officer continued firing until his weapon was dry. ICE had to up their numbers due to organizational protests, resisted removing illegals who they want to stay, the Democrats who need electoral college to favor them. That is correct. The agent that murdered Renee Good fired 6 shots. That's not a full clip. I don't know how many shots were fired at Alex, but I'm pretty sure that neither of the 2 agents who murdered him emptied their entire clip. That is correct. That is correct. Neither of the 2 agents that shot Alex Peretti emptied their magazines. The other person who came to my show said they fired for a consistent 15 seconds. Well, that would require a reload. I didn't hear 30 rounds fired. See, the problem is it's all well and good to be outraged about something, but then ask some questions. Okay? Ask some questions. ICE agents should not be riot police. You're correct. What is supposed to happen is ICE agents should be supported by state and local law enforcement to do all the policing while the ICE agents do the federal enforcement. See, what people don't want to accept Okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna help you out with something, right? Just so we're clear. We're in the year 2026, right? We're in the year 2026. You had to go find a story from 2 years ago. This is the falling acorn incident. This was a comedy of errors. Body camera released shows Deputy Jesse Hernandez yelling shots fired multiple times as he falls to the ground and repeatedly fires into the patrol vehicle. Now, procedurally, he did everything right, except he doesn't know how to identify a shot fired or an acorn. But here's the problem. You went to a story that's 2 years old. Okay? He was suspected of stealing his girlfriend's car earlier that morning. He was restrained in the back seat. He was unharmed by the gunshots. So where did they fire a whole magazine into the guy? He was unharmed. So why are you running around, number one, with 2-year-old stories? Number two, why did you rapidly Google to not appear foolish and not read what you Googled? This man didn't have a whole magazine fired into him. He was unharmed. So what's the problem? And he resigned. So what's the problem? Although the Sentinel event wasn't accurate, his body camera was rolling. He yells shots fired. I don't know why he was shooting in a random direction. But give me a story where the person had a whole magazine discharged into him. That story I covered 2 years ago when it was fresh, and I said, if an officer can't distinguish the sound of an acorn hitting a car or a gunshot, they shouldn't be given a weapon. Which is also funny because when people first started bullshitting about the Alex Peretti shooting, what made me laugh about the Alex Peretti shooting is they were on and on and on about, I heard that officer discharge 15 rounds. Oh, you did? You did. Yeah, he emptied his magazine and you can clearly tell he's reloading. Okay. Why did he reload with 2 rounds left in his magazine? And they're like, has a 15-round magazine. 6-hour P320 doesn't. And that's their standard issue sidearm. As a 17-round magazine. Sure, it was wrong, but I don't think ICE being there is the problem. ICE needs to be there. Here's the problem. If the governor of Minnesota and the mayor of Minneapolis would honor Department of Homeland Security detainers, then ICE wouldn't be going door to door looking for people. Ladies and gentlemen, the problem is the people that are getting flagged are the people that have had run-ins with the law. When you are an immigrant, and if you haven't been an immigrant, please respectfully sit on your hands. When an immigrant is here and they have a run-in with the law, depending on the run-in, that invalidates their visa, and they know that. And they know that. They're supposed to self-deport because they're in violation of their visa. My family who try to become citizens, they come here, they're here on paperwork. Something happens with their paperwork and they're like, well, I got to go back to Ireland. Why? Because my visa is about to run out. I can't stay. I got to leave. I don't know how many times my garage was filled with family members' boxes and shit. They're like, yeah, I got to go. They're in Ireland for like 3-4 weeks. They get their visa renewed. They come back. They got to get a new job. That's the people doing it the right way. Now, I will fully admit, I know a bunch of people from Ireland that don't give a shit about doing it the right way because they're white and they're not going to get hassled by ICE. I'm also going to say this. A couple of weeks ago, my wife had to go to the Galleria in St. Louis. My wife looks Mexican. Ironically, my wife is Mexican. My daughter, that had to go with her, looks white. My wife gets out of the car at the Galleria. She sees Border Patrol vested individuals. Did my wife panic? No. My wife went about her fucking business. She went into the Galleria. She went to her eye appointment. She came out. Border Patrol never even walked up to her. Why? Because they're not there looking for every fucking immigrant. My wife's not an immigrant. She just looks Mexican. She had no run-in with them. But what else my wife didn't do? She wasn't honking her horn. My wife is Mexican and she looks Mexican. But she's an American. She was born here. The problem is, my wife's not following ICE around, honking her horn, alerting people that need to be arrested and deported that ICE is here. If you're so happy, why don't you... I think we should just create a program that if you want to give your American citizenship to an illegal alien, you should do that, and then we'll just deport you. Works fine for me. They're protesting in a way... Not... Crab, they are protesting in a way that is illegal. And if the local police and the state police were supporting ICE, though, protesting is illegal. People that don't understand the meaning of words from the 1700s, the right of the people peaceably to assemble. Peaceably doesn't mean without violence. Peaceably in that context means in accordance with the law. That's why police officers are first and foremost called what? Officers of the peace. That's why judges, justice of the peace, justice of the law, officer of the law, peace officer, law enforcement, police officer. Obstruction is illegal. Interfering with a federal investigation is illegal. A lot of these people in their lives have never found out, so they continue to fuck around. If people would, if we would do a lot more finding out, but I think ICE shouldn't be on the streets in less than 9 months of training. When you give a thug a badge and a gun, is there any surprise that they put people's heads through windshields? No, because you gave a thug a badge and a gun. Police officers, did you know if you come out of the military and you have your firearms qualification and a police department is hard up for an officer, you can be a cop in 5 days? Did you know that? You have to take a 40-hour class on the law. That's it. 40-hour class. Assuming you came out of the military, you can pass the PT test, you can pass the physical. You take their test, pass the gun exam, pass the range exam, go to the 40-hour law class, there you go. Why is it some states have an 8-week police academy, some states have a 90-day police academy? Why do we have different standards? Shouldn't policing be standardized? Not federalized, but standardized? Why is it a teacher who already has a degree, okay? You have a degree in education. You have to do CPDUs, continuing professional development units, every year that you're a teacher. But a police officer can be a police officer with no college degree. Shouldn't police officers be required to get a degree in criminology, policing? Shouldn't we have a degree for police officers? Shouldn't they be in wait, is Trump, the Minister of Magic? You didn't see this? This is hilarious. This shit, man, this shit just worries me about my country. Officers don't seem to be against the idea of additional training. A lot of them take advantage of free Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu classes. Well, yeah, they take advantage of additional Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu classes because that's not training. That's skill set. Most of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is of no use to you as a police officer anyway. Because most of it is chokeholds. Or arm bars. You're not supposed to be doing that to a suspect anyway. You can't use a windpipe choke anymore. You're not allowed to. It's considered excessive force. You can use a blood choke, but do you know how hard it is to link in a blood choke? I think annual psychological exams for police officers, yeah, it's excessive force. Because you can crush somebody's windpipe. I think annual psychological exams for police officers should be a requirement. Yeah, but here's the problem with that. If you give them a psychological exam before they become an officer, and then you give them a psychological exam and they fail it, you broke them. So now you have to pay them for the rest of their life. Because now you made them disabled. I think a big part of the problem is I don't want to give up security. I don't want to give up freedom for security. But at the same time, I don't want to have a cop that's having a bad fucking day shoot me. Yeah, if you increase the training requirement, it's going to result in a severe lack of manpower. I want you to think of it this way. Let me see if I can get a current number. Let's see if I can draw up a specific number that'll scare you. A Pentagon, I needed to find the Pentagon report. A Pentagon report says only that's red. People have asked me to use white. 23% of 17 to 24-year-olds in America meet the basic standard to join the military. And the military has a lower standard than the police department. So if only 23% of American 17 to 24-year-olds are even qualified to join the military, where the fuck are we going to find police officers? The military is the lowest fucking standard. Because remember, that Pentagon study, and I'm not beating up on the ground pounders, but that study means any job in the Department of Defense, and the lowest standard, unless it's changed, is 11 Bravo infantry. That I don't think any job has a lower bar. Now, if you break it out by Air Force, Navy, technical job, specific job, only 23% are qualified to be able to join the military. That means 77% of this country, 17 to 24-year-olds, could not join the military. Why do you think it's okay to resist physically, but they can't put people in some sort of a hold? Because the problem is most of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu isn't... Okay. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is not a street fighting style. It is a organized fight style. You notice the refs in UFC, when you put somebody in an arm bar and they tap, the ref will immediately put counter pressure on so that you're not going to pull all of this muscle out. This whole muscle right here all gets ripped out in an arm bar. Everything from here up to the back, what connects to your shoulder blade. All of this, and then you can have your shoulder dislocated. That's why as soon as you see the fighter tap, the ref goes in and pushes back on it so it doesn't get pulled out. The problem is, most of the time, some of the people resisting would kill the cops if they gain control. You're right. So if that person is already to that level of threat, why are you going to try to restrain them? It's what a taser's for. It's what mace is for. They don't use pepper spray. They use straight mace. That's what mace is for.
Dance.
The problem is we have adults teaching children to resist. I have seen people ignoring tasers. Most of the time, those aren't 50,000 volt tasers because some bleeding heart liberal politician has said we're only going to have 20,000 volt tasers on this police force. The number of people that can soak a 50K taser, very few. Are there people? Absolutely. The total number, very, very few. At that point, why are you... I just have a problem with people putting all the fault on the cops. Nobody's putting all the fault on the cops. We have adults, appreciate the love over on Kick as well. We have adults telling kids not to obey police officers. That's a good way for your loved one to take 2 to the chest and 1 to the head because that's less paperwork. If a police officer says, put your hands behind your back, put your hands behind your back. You don't win an unlawful arrest incident on the street with the cop. The cop already thinks he's right. That's why he's trying to arrest you. Let him arrest you. Go through the process. Let the judge say he was wrong. They need mandatory therapy for police. You don't necessarily need anything wrong with you to benefit from it, but those who actually do need it would be huge. No, they don't need mandatory therapy for police. Yeah, and what are the cops supposed to do about that when they can't do anything? Stop, crab. A police officer has a fucking gun. There is never a scenario where the cop can't do anything. The problem is too many officers escalate situations instead of de-escalate, and they escalate because they haven't been given de-escalation training. If you have the gun, you have the means of violence. You should never have to draw your gun if you can remain calm and collected. Now, if the other person becomes a violent threat, fucking shoot them. I'm not saying cops can't shoot people, okay? I'm saying that it should be, that level of violence should be the last resort. They have an arsenal of neutralizing problem solvers on their utility belts. Right. You're saying, well, we need to talk about the people that can soak off a taser. The total number of people that can soak off a taser is very minimal. The total number of people who can soak off mace is very minimal. Pepper spray, and this is where we run into the problem. Some police departments are not allowed to carry mace. They carry UC spray. They carry pepper spray. Pepper spray me all fucking day. I'll say thank you. It'll clear my sinuses for me. I've been in the gas chamber so many damn times for training. Pepper spray, I'm gonna be like the guy from Under Siege 2. Thanks. Clears my sinuses for me. Pepper spray works on some people. You pepper spray me, all you're gonna do is piss me off. It's not gonna blind me. It's not gonna impede my vision. And now, you've escalated it. But kids need to be taught. Adults need to be taught. Everybody needs to be taught. The police want to arrest you. It doesn't matter if it's a lawful or unlawful detainment. Comply. When you get to court, get a lawyer. Tell the judge what happened. Get a lawyer. The lawyer will move to strip the officer of his qualified immunity. And then when a handful of officers lose their house, their car, their pension, their bank account, that's the result we need to happen in mass. Just like the people need to find out after they fuck around. Once we have enough police officers finding out because they fucked around, that'll get all the thugs out of the police department. They'll be like, well, shit, I ain't gonna lose my fucking house. I just won't do this job. And then if you say, well, where are we gonna get enough police officers? Now you've identified the critical flaw in our society. Did I see the IRS security guard pulling a weapon on a police officer that entered a building on duty armed? IRS got in trouble, which was wild. I do recall seeing one of those. And that's where we run into a bit of a problem. Police officers are, not all of them, but police officers are often on an ego trip. My wife has had to deal, as a med tech, has had to deal with a security forces officer that had their sidearm on. My wife walked into the room and said, "Are you the patient?" "Yes." "Then you need to leave because you're armed. We don't have a lockbox in this clinic. You need to leave." And they said, "Well, I have an appointment." And my wife said, "I understand, but you're armed. You can't go to an appointment armed." Police officers are oftentimes given an awful lot of leeway where they're allowed to enter places normal civilians can't go armed. Again, we have really bad policing. Police officers cannot walk onto federal grounds armed. Well, they can. They absolutely can. If they're extended the courtesy. Seen it happen all the time. I've seen local police at the base. They're still armed because the base extends them the courtesy to not secure their weapon. Police officers not in the courthouse as an officer, if they're there as a witness, have to lock their guns in the armory, in the whatever they call their armory, whatever they call their secure lockbox area. If you're there as a witness, you can't be armed. Yeah, the IRS doesn't extend that courtesy. Bro was there to complain about his taxes. The problem is, if it's the one I'm thinking of, the IRS security guard didn't de-escalate the situation. As all concealed carry people know, if you're carrying concealed and you're confronted by the police for any reason, every concealed carry piece of training I've ever been in says, whether it's a consensual discussion or a consensual discussion or an investigative discussion, the first words out of your mouth when you're concealed carry are, "I'm concealed carry." 9 times out of 10, if it's just a casual encounter, a consensual encounter, the officer will just say, "Thank you for letting me know, but if you don't reach for yours, I won't reach for mine." If it's an investigative encounter, it depends on the officer. He may say, "Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask you to de-arm." He can't do that. I have my rights. No, your little fucking card in your wallet that gives you the right to concealed carry absolutely tells you that the officer can disarm you during an investigative encounter. Well, he can't do that. Well, what gives you the right to carry concealed? My card. Did you read everything in class? Yeah. Then what the fuck did it say about investigative encounters? That the cop can disarm me. Then why are you throwing a fit right now? All humans have a mental defect by design just because most of our reality is based on perceptive, not facts. You are correct. You are absolutely correct in this. You have the id, you have the ego, you have the super ego, and the job of the ego is to not let the id be wrong. People will make an assumption, and then they will defend that assumption despite how many facts are presented to them, because for them to change their perspective, they would have to admit they're wrong. The reason why people don't like me, and I don't give a fuck, because I slept perfectly well last night, I'll sleep perfectly well tonight. I don't give a shit. I don't talk about things out my ass. If somebody gives me a factoid that I don't have, right? Yeah, I love being proven wrong because learning is fulfilling. Learning is exercise. Like, I completely forgot about something in Article 9 sales. I was reading something and I was like, oh shit, there's a new factoid. Too many people feel like admitting you're wrong is some sort of weakness. You're right. Because we have people like Andrew Tate using the word alpha male. But the problem is, an alpha male, his power is derived from the pack to defend the weak and the elderly. An alpha male wolf does not go and pick fights. That's not what an alpha male wolf does. The alpha male doesn't lead from the front of the pack. The alpha male is the last male because he makes sure the young, the mothers, the pups, the elderly are all defended. It makes me laugh when I hear Andrew Tate and these other bullshit people talking about their behavior as the alpha male. You're talking about a sigma male. You're talking about a lone wolf. The lone wolf is the wolf that doesn't take any shit. The alpha male gets his strength, and I know people are going to be all over my ass about this. The alpha male's greatest source of strength is the alpha female who will fight under him and protect his neck. That's why when alpha males, they stand over their mate while their mate is sleeping. But the alpha male, when he sleeps, his mate stands above him. They don't sleep at the same time. But people have taken this and they're like, this alpha male concept. Dude, alpha male just means first. That's it. That's all it means. When do leaders in the military eat? Bad leaders push their way to the front and they use their rank to get to the front of the line. The best leaders in the military eat last. In my household, my family eats before me. And it's always been that way. My family eats before me in my household. Mine is the last plate to be served. Now that we have plenty, my wife usually makes my plate. I still always tell her, make mine last. She rules the kitchen. But when we didn't have enough, our daughters got fed, then my wife got fed, then I got fed, because if there wasn't enough food to go around, I didn't do my job today. I didn't provide enough. So I eat last, so tomorrow I'm hungry, so I'm motivated. It's kind of like the joke, and I know people don't like it when I make the joke. But every single day, crackheads get their hit. So you're being out hustled by crackheads? Person asked me a question about content creation and streaming. I'm trying to make it as a streamer. Do I have any tips? Yeah, I just sent you a link to my website where I have 7 different articles, some tips for new people. Getting started with streaming is very, very difficult. The number one thing that you need to be looking at if you're trying to get started in content creation right now is you need to be multi-streaming, and you need to be making short form content. Yeah, people get mad about the joke where I say crackheads are out hustling you. Crackhead woke up this morning, needs to hit a crack. They're gonna do whatever they need to do today to get their crack. So you're being out hustled by crackheads? But the problem is people get offended by that shit, and we're living in a country now where everybody's like, my ass hurts, you offended me. Like, you're so hurtful. And how do they think they're going to imagine life when you're trying to make it and you just can't. You've never seen this. This is the Hurt Feelings Report. Whiner's name, rank, grade. Date the feelings were hurt. Time of hurtfulness. Location of hurtful incident. Reason for filing this report. I'm thin-skinned. I'm a wimp. I have woman-man-like hormones. I'm a crybaby. I want my mommy. The army needs to fix my problems. My feelings are easily hurt. I didn't sign up for this. I was told that I'm not a hero. The weather is too cold. 2 beers is not enough. My hands should be in my pockets. I was not offered a post brief. Narrative. Tell us in your own sissy words how your feelings were hurt. Now, somebody sent me, again, I'm always shocked. Well, hold on. I'm never shocked. What stupid ass shit did my president say now?
Worldwide, and I rebuilt the military my first time. I said, why would it take 4 years? They said, well, I would. So I decided to go to Iraq, and I flew to Iraq. I was extremely brave. In fact, so brave I wanted to give myself the Congressional Medal of Honor. I said to my people, am I allowed to give myself the Congressional Medal of Honor? And, you know, I've given out so many to guys that are seriously brave. I mean, they come in with the arms are missing, the legs are missing. The stories are so unbelievable. And I said, no, it's a little stretch if I gave myself one of them. But it's one of those things. Someday I'm going to try. I'm going to test the law. Brandon, I'm going to say, let's give it a shot. Maybe I'll win in court after everyone sues me. If the radical left lunatics sue me. Now watch. The fake news, you know I'm having fun. The fake news will say, Donald Trump wants to give himself the Congressional Medal of Honor. But he was rebuffed by the audience, who stood up and booed the hell out of him. No, they say that kind of stuff.
What the fuck is wrong? What the fuck is wrong with my country? Okay, so one of the things I hate about Donald Trump, I hate the way my country is designed, that a draft dodger can become the commander-in-chief. I'm not saying that you have to have served in the military to be the commander-in-chief. But I think that if you dodge the draft, you shouldn't be allowed to be president. Donald Trump dodged the draft because of bone spurs in his feet. I served with bone spurs in my feet. It's not a disqualifying condition. I made it through my whole career with bone spurs. I had to have the bone spur taken out 2 years ago because I got hit by a stroller at Universal Studios. But I am so tired of this man. I'm so tired of this man. He is a fucking embarrassment. And the worst part is the person that follows him is going to be JD Vance. And that's just going to get even fucking worse. It's just going to be even more fucking terrible. What's even sadder, right, is that people have been talking about Donald Trump. Do you have stats on bad shoots by the police or excessive force? I really can't find anything other than the general lumping and everything together for bigger numbers. Come on, man, it was a joke. No, that wasn't a joke. Let me say this. Jokes have to be funny. You flew to Iraq on Air Force One, which is arguably the most defensible plane that we have in the Air Force. You would have been escorted by no less than 6 fighter jets. And when he flies into Iraq, we do so much security protocol that I've always hated that, because I say, why the fuck are we doing so much security protocol to bring a guy here that doesn't need to be here? But jokes have to be funny. That wasn't a joke. That was him. That was a draft dodger pissing on the bravery of actual veterans. Again, I would be okay if a draft dodger never talked about, never ever talked about the military and just led the military well. I thought he was great in his first term. Good thing they redacted the VA decision to reduce benefits. He was actually saying they're real heroes who were there. They're real heroes, not him. No, stop defending him. Get your fucking knee pads off. I'm sorry. Stop defending him. It's not a funny joke. It's not funny at all. It's not humorous. He's a fucking draft dodger. I understand what he said. I heard what he said. He conned you. He wrapped up some shit. He threw a backhanded, like, truthful statement, and you lapped the shit up. I'm sorry. I have no respect for lapdogs to that man. Zero. He said, I was brave, loud and clear. Yes, absolutely. That's what he said. Flying into Iraq on Air Force One doesn't make you brave because the advanced team for your visit has locked down the fucking airport for a 10-block radius in every direction. You travel in the most secure motorcade in the world. Where's your bravery? The vehicles that were shipped to Iraq, and we ship them for every president, but the vehicles that were moved, right? The vehicles that are moved are way more armored than the vehicles that the airmen roll around in doing their job. Shit. And the other thing is, why did he even go to Iraq? Why did he need to be there? Didn't need to be there. We fly regular airmen, soldiers, Marines into Iraq on a C-130 that gets shot at. But he was brave because he flew on an Air Force One? He did insult people. He did insult people. He literally insulted the liberal left. Because that's all he does. All Donald Trump does is insult people. In lighter news,
back the fuck up. When did this become a whorehouse?
Did you guys see this?
Back.
Colorado would become the first state to remove all criminal penalties for prostitution under a bill brought by a group of Democrats. This is the same state, I believe, that didn't want to make it sex with a minor a felony. Can I ask, how is having sex with a minor not already automatically a Class 1 or a Class A felony? Like, look. I'm not against prostitution at its face value because, yes, I'm a veteran, which means I also sold my body for money, just not in a sexual way. But look, dude, if you want to be a Trump dick sucker, go right ahead. If you want to defend Donald Trump, go right ahead. You have every constitutional right by the First Amendment that you fought for. However, if you're defending Donald Trump, I'm going to call you a Trump dick sucker. That's because that's what you are. Because that's my constitutionally protected right to call you that. I'm sorry. I do not want to hear about Donald Trump's bravery flying in to Iraq on Air Force One as any amount of bravery. You flew in the most secure plane on the planet, got into the most secured motorcade on the planet. Where's the bravery? Where is the bravery? Okay? There's no bravery there. I don't want to hear the word brave. I was brave from a guy who dodged the draft. See, the problem is you're making excuses for it. I'm not going to let anything go because it's ridiculous shit. It's why America is literally laughed at right now around the world because of our president. Yep. Prostitution Aruba is regulated and it's the most thriving Caribbean island. You're right. But I think there is something to be said. Like, I'm not against the idea of prostitution, mainly because I can't be against something that Jesus didn't condemn, right? My morality comes from Catholicism, and if Jesus hung out with prostitutes, I can't say they're wrong, and I understand that people are desperate, right? But Colorado would become the first state to remove all criminal penalties for prostitution. Bringing it out of the black market allows workers to gain protections. You're right. You're absolutely right. But I think it also creates a degrading society. I mean, we're in a world right now. Let me see if I can pull the fact. We're living in a world right now where 1.4 million American women have an OnlyFans or an OnlyFans creator. 1.4 million American women are OnlyFans creators. I'm not sure I want to live in a society where we're promoting porn, we're promoting prostitution, we're promoting drug use. Now, with that, I want to say weed is on one side of the drug use discussion, all the other hard drugs on the other. Because as a person who has had to do benzodiazepines and narcotic painkillers, I am way more functional taking one tablet of weed a night than I am taking 400 milligrams of trazodone. Right? The problem is we have a society that wants to be drunk, high, stoned, zipped out of their mind. It's just terrible. We wonder why people don't have the motivation and the drive to better themselves, but whenever they run into any amount of adversity, they can crawl into the bottom of a bottle. And we say that's okay. They can get high. We say that's okay. I saw somebody say it. I would be more okay with them doing it the way Vegas does it and having spicy ranches, legal brothels. And I know some women say, well, I don't want to operate in that capacity. I want to operate privately. It's a complex issue because are we talking about it's so easy to be amazing today that so many people suck. You're right. I had hoped, right? I had honest to God hoped that when I first started having children that I would leave a better world for my kids than the world that I was born into. And I have to say, I was born at the end of hard times, the beginning of good times. I was born in 1979. So the hard times were ending, but I was raised by, you have the Congressional Medal of Honor? I just saw you said that you have the medal. Do you have the Congressional Medal of Honor? Whenever I see something that catches my attention, I immediately got to jump on that shit. Trump literally said that. He literally said it. Dude, how do you not listen to what the man said? He said it, and then he turned it into a point where he could mock the liberal left, but he never said I was joking about it. He literally said, I was brave. Can I give myself the Congressional Medal of Honor? I don't, if you don't want to be offended, that's fine, but I don't know why you don't understand why other people are offended, because he literally, he said, I was brave. How were you brave? Again, you flew in, you put a lot of people in harm's way in order to be able to fly in. I think if you have to have a meeting with the Iraqi government, it would be a whole lot easier to take the Iraqi government to DC than it is to bring the president to Iraq. Because coordination through the White House Mobility Office is a fucking nightmare. The number of people that get put in harm's way when and I think, and again, it's not just Donald Trump. I think President Obama, when he went to Afghanistan, when President Trump went to Iraq, they didn't need to go to these places. They didn't need to go to these places. But anyway, I was born at the end of the 70s. I was born at the end of the hard times. But I was raised for 5 years by my parents and my grandparents. So, I feel that I was raised by people that had gone through hard times. So I was ready for the hard times. Like, I see this whole idea, like, sociologists are now saying, the zillennials. Look, dude, I'm not a fucking zillennial. I don't connect and correlate with the millennials at all, period. We need to stop. But this is the problem. People don't want to pull themselves. Trump went there to pump up the troops. I get that. I remember Bob Hope coming to us in Beirut. Did he put us in harm's way? No. If you're saying he caused others harm, yes, I'm going to help you out because I don't know what the fuck nonsense you're on about. So let me just stop and correct you. When the President of the United States moves into an area, tens of thousands of people coordinate his movements. When Donald Trump moved into Iraq, the amount of security, we created rings upon rings upon rings of security around the airport. Bob Hope doesn't move with fucking presidential protection detail. Jesus fucking Christ. You were in the military and you're talking mad shit. You're beginning to make me question if you were ever in the military. The fucking president is protected to an obscene level. When the president of the United States flies into a commercial airport, all ground traffic stops and cannot move. And that's in the United States. The whole fucking airport was cleared. There was no other traffic. How much less protection? Oh my God, are you fucking stupid? Literally, are you fucking stupid? Here's the airport. I'll put the airport over here. And here's the route the presidential motorcade is going to take. How many blocks do we secure off of the route? 2. In America, how many blocks do we secure in a foreign hostile country? 10. We secure 10 blocks out in every direction. How many fucking people does that take? You have his primary route. You have his secondary route. And you have his tertiary route. The secondary and tertiary routes aren't protected to 10 blocks out, but assets are still there. The president doesn't move with less than 3 routes. Period. Dot. Ever. So shut the fuck up. That Bob Hope and Donald Trump are on the same level. Celebrities like Gary Sinise, when they go to visit the troops, they're flown in like the troops are. They don't shut down whole airports. They don't create 3 egress routes. They don't move with hundreds of Secret Service personnel. They don't move with thousands of Army and Air Force, and because generally, no offense to the Navy, but you're not there in that capacity. No, fuck you, buddy, because you're a fucking idiot. It was a rational stream until you started talking out your ass. You either A, have never worked presidential movement, or B, you didn't serve at all. Because I don't know any other member of the military who's ever turned around and said Bob Hope moves with the same protection detail as fucking POTUS. You fucking moron. The man has a fucking mobility code that is above all others. A1A. The president's plane needs something, it is the highest fucking priority. If you're gonna insult my military service, I will insult your military service. Number 1, go stand up at your fucking computer right now. Do me that goddamn courtesy. Stand up when you talk to me, you little bitch. Number 2, I think I know what the fuck I'm talking about with presidential movements. If you fucking served, you know what that is. Now shove it up your ass. You fucking moron. The president moves with the highest level of fucking protection ever. Jesus Christ, your dumbass literally equated moving Bob Hope with the same fucking level of fucking the president? Did they drop you on your head at basic? I think they did. You fucking moron. See, ladies and gentlemen, that asshole right there is why people start to hate the military. Because they say stupid ass shit and they run around with Navy vet in their fucking name. Navy vet is right. No, Navy vet is a fucking moron. That's the problem. Motherfucker literally tried to equate moving Bob Hope. Yeah, Bob Hope moved around in a fucking Jeep in a goddamn war zone. Gary Sinise moves around in a Humvee. All Gary Sinise's protection detail is fucking body armor and a Kevlar helmet. We don't move celebrities into places that are a threat, and when they want to go, yeah, you'll bring your DD-214? Here, bitch. Stand up when you talk to me, motherfucker. I don't need my 214. That's my Form 1. You got one? You have a Form 1? I bet you don't. I know what you already said what you did on the show. You were fucking enlisted, which means you were given the least amount of information necessary to do your job. I did contingency planning for WAMO, White House Mobility Office. Which one of us has the fucking credentials to know how the presidents move? Oh, me, not you. You were an engineer, or you weren't even an engineer. You were a technician. You have no idea. No, I do, because you've said it on the show, you fucking retard. You weren't an officer because you didn't have an officer's job. You said you became an engineer after the military. If you were an engineer in the military, you might have been an O. You were an E. So stand the fuck up when you talk to me. You want to go that fucking far out the goddamn line? Yeah, you said you're now an engineer after the military, which I just said. So, where was I wrong, moron? This is why I hate people. I hate people because they think that they know some shit, and then they run into a person with the pedigree that says you didn't know shit. Enlisted individuals are the workhorses of the military. They don't know how the president moves. This motherfucker equated Bob Hope to the president. You want to go that route? I served as a civilian on 4 deployments. What the fuck did I do in the theater? I rebuilt fucking hospitals. And then I realized I didn't like enlisted pay. I went into the military with a master's and 2 bachelor's degrees. I got a bachelor's degree on the Air Force's dime. I have a degree in applied engineering, biomedical science. So I know more engineering than you do. For 3 years, I was the deputy director of technical assistance for all petroleum for the whole Air Force. So I know more about petroleum engineering than you do. You want to keep going? By the way, why didn't I have to do anything after my career? Because I'm an O and I have a fucking pension. What else, bitch? What else you want to know? You told your story. I listened to it. I respected it. Big deal. Who gives a fuck? You do not know more engineering than I do. I know more engineering than you do. I don't know more aeronautical engineering. But that doesn't come into the play. Which, hold on a second. This motherfucker says he has a degree in aeronautical engineering, but then says Air Force One doesn't understand that the president doesn't have to be brave when he lands on Air Force One. I hate people like you. You're a fucking embarrassment. You're an embarrassment to all veterans because you literally said Bob Hope moves with the same protection as the president. That is fucking laughable. That is laughable. You fall so far down the line, you're a dumb cunt. That is what you are. Making me sad. Yeah, dude, other Navy vets in the channel are laughing at you. Your own peers are taking the side of the fly boy. You're embarrassing yourself so much, the other Navy people are laughing at you. How does that make you feel? You're a dumb cunt. Holy fuck. Sorry I had to go off, but when veterans act that way, it pisses me off. Those are the veterans that make people fucking shake their head. Those are the people, like, I've tolerated the bullshit. Some of the things you said were right, but the moment you go full retard, and you equate Bob Hope moving with the president moving, well, shit, man. Fuck. Did I drive an Abrams down Main Street or a hoopty? Yeah, never go full retard. Never go full retard. I'll bring my 214. Good, bring your 214. Like, I give a fuck. I did contingency planning. Donald Trump's not brave. Donald Trump isn't brave. I'm brave. I deserve the Congressional Medal of Honor. 214 is your discharge paperwork. Your 214 basically says all the cool things in the military that you did. It's how you can actually tell if it ever gets down to it and somebody wants to know what you really did. You have it. And you can say, this is all the medals you received. This is all the training you received. This is your highest rank when you separated. That's what your 214 tells you. No, you missed you missed a Trump dick sucker gets slapped because he didn't think that what Donald Trump said was demeaning to all the other brave men who have received the Congressional Medal of Honor. And Donald Trump said he's given hundreds of them, but I don't think Donald Trump issued hundreds of Congressional Medals of Honor. Yeah, I think he only likes it when Trump is slapping him in the face with a dick. That's about the size of it. Shit pisses me off. See, you'll notice I don't run around with "I'm a vet" in my fucking title because my pension is the thank you. I don't need people to tell me. I was M1A in the Navy prior to going Army, retiring next year as an 04. Good job. Are you getting a full pension at 04? Anyway, I was talking about prostitution and then that guy had to be a fucking moron. You only had 9 years active. You finished out as a reservist. How many years total do you have? Is there any chance that you can you cheese it? 21? No, you can't cheese it. You're short. That sucks. You know the cheese, right? you do enough time in the reserves to accumulate 20 years of active points. It's really, really hard to do if you only did 9. A lot of people do like 15 or 16, and then they cheese it by doing like 15 years in the reserve, or they go to the reserves and they deployment dog a year or 2. Because I started as a reservist, and then I went active duty.
That was a hot mess inside a dumpster fire, inside a train wreck.
Oh yeah, this was from my Ashes of Creation show.
That was a hot mess inside a dumpster fire, inside a train wreck.
Oh man, tomorrow I'll probably talk about Ashes when I'm playing Once Human. Let's see. What's this one?
Before you get into an argument, remember this quote. A bee does not waste its energy trying to convince a fly that honey is better than shit. Some minds are not meant to be changed. Save your energy for what actually matters.
See, I can't be that guy. I can't not engage with the fucktards. I simply can't. I cannot not engage with fucktards. Because we have too many fucktards running around, and they're breeding. We're saving entirely too many people. George Carlin was right. We're putting helmets on everything, warning labels on everything, and we're saving entirely too many stupid people. The kid who used to eat too many marbles didn't grow up to have kids of his own. Hello from Finland. We have a conscription military. How do Americans think about that? I personally loved it, but obviously a small country with challenging neighbors. Geography matters a lot. Let me say this. I would absolutely love if every American had to complete basic training in order to qualify for any college money. I would absolutely love that. And it shouldn't be the Air Force basic training. It shouldn't be the Navy basic training. It should be a complete basic training where you're going to go and you're going to do 8 weeks of basic training the same way all the soldiers do if you want a federally backed loan for college. And the reason I say that is because we have a completely weak and soft culture now. We have a weak, soft culture where nobody is ever forced to figure anything else out for themselves. The military basic training isn't just get fit, eat right, learn how to shoot. It is problem solving, teamwork. I think every American high school should have to build a Project X range. Let me see if I can bring this up. I got to be careful what I show. Not that. I'm going to show this because I can show this because this is on the public website. So I'm allowed to share this. Project X is, they only have one picture. So Project X, as you can see, you face a bunch of these puzzles. I actually don't like this. Let me see if I can find. Okay, so I'll show these because these are all public photos. So this is called Project X. And what you have is you have puzzles that you have to solve. And there's rules. Like this one, I remember this one. You see the wall is painted red? You have to get your guy up onto the plank. And then you've got 2 teammates on the other side that have a rope across the beam. and you have to, without violating any of the safety rules, you have to figure out a way to build a bridge. And if you don't, you fail. And if you do, great. This one is the acid bath. There are 2 concrete pillars, and you guys have Project X as well at Benning? Yeah, some of these projects are over water, so if you fuck up, you get soaked, and then you're soaked for the rest of the day. Yeah, ish. Okay. So you'll notice, like, right where his feet are, he's got buckets, but you can't touch them with your hands because it's acid. Now, your shoes can get wet because they can't exactly control the height of the water, but you can't reach in. So you have to use these poles, and you have to move. You don't have enough buckets to go across. That's it, though. You don't get any instruction on it ahead of time, and it's considered an honor violation to look it up. To look anything up about Project X. That's why I think we need basic training for everybody that's going to go to college. I think every high school in America should have to build a Project X course. Because we have kids that go through school. It's a mini boot camp of critical thinking. The enlisted should get this too. I agree with you. The way you demean enlisted folks is way worse than anything Trump said. Why? Because I said, how did I demean enlisted folks? I said they're given the least amount of information necessary in order to do their job. How's that demeaning to them? It's a fact. Did you have to run away out of the channel to come think of that? Do you need your hurt feelings report? I never demeaned the enlisted folks because you're a dumb fuck. I was one. Why would I demean the enlisted folks when that's how I started? I bootstrapped. I was a 4 Alpha 271, and then I liked the idea of doing it for the rest of my life, so I became an officer. Where the fuck did I ever demean the enlisted? Most of my friends in this channel are all enlisted. Delaron has been my friend for 20 some odd years. He was enlisted. Tell me when the fuck, you lying sack of shit, I ever demeaned the enlisted. I demeaned you. I demeaned you, not the enlisted. I said the enlisted are the workhorses of the DOD. Is that not true? Am I making shit up? I'm pretty sure the enlisted do the majority of the work in the DOD. I'm pretty sure you talked down to me for being enlisted. My wife was asking me to do something for you. Fuck you. You talked down to every enlisted by trying to shame me for being enlisted. Nope. I talked down to you for being enlisted. And only you. I only talked down to you. The only thing I talked down to you was stand up when you talk to me. Because there's no way you had more operational knowledge of moving the president around than I did, because you'd already declared what your job was. I did contingency ops. I worked for the White House Mobility Office. I have my Pentagon cookie. Where's yours? You don't have one because your job's not at the Pentagon. So now what? Look, man, I'm trying to educate people, and you're just so beyond educatable. You're just a dumb fuck. I don't even believe you were Navy. Phelan has asked you numerous times what your rate was. He's Navy. I know he's Navy. He's proven to me he's Navy. What's up? Plus the fact, I don't know anybody that's ever been in the Army, or I'm sorry, the Navy, that's as sensitive as you are. The thing I like about the Navy is they're not sensitive, because the Marines toughen them up whenever they're around the Navy. Oh, wait, that's right. You probably weren't around any Marines. So now what? Google faster. Ask ChatGPT for the best retort. Oh, nothing? Okay, cool. See, I think every high school in America should have a Project X course. I don't think we should have college prep schools. They're different personality types, and some people are way higher on IQ than others. Spending 4 years in the military for all is a waste of time. I do agree with that. I agree that there should be basic training in leadership skills. Yes, we're on the same page. But you would want all the high IQ people to paint Navy ships instead of min-maxing learning. No, I think you're absolutely onto something. The Navy, the military is a calling. Sparta had its flaws. You're right. The war is not all about force. You have 3 levels of the military. You have the strategic level, the operational or the objective level, and the tactical level. This is where the O's are. This is where the junior O's and the senior E's are, and this is where the E's are. It's not enough. I don't tell people how to tactically do their job. And the DOD doesn't. The top level leadership says, we need to hold that bridge. Okay, we need to hold that bridge. You let the people that are good at holding bridges figure out how to hold the bridge. That's where leadership comes in. Yeah, you can't micromanage. And that's where, unfortunately, the difference, and I've said this many times, the difference between the US military and the rest of the world, essentially, except maybe the Australians, is when you have a unit of operators out in the field and you have the officer leads from the front. But if the officer goes down, the US military, the enlisted know what the last objective was, and they will execute it without their officer. In America, the officer holds the leash of the dog of war. In the rest of the world, what happens is the officer goes down and they stop and they go into a defensive posture to wait for future orders. That's why there is a difference between military leadership and the rest of the world. The rest of the world, they have to get permission to act. That's why ultimately the one thing that I saw in after action report after action after report was the Russians, the Germans, the English, the Danish, if they got into trouble, they wanted to hear an American unit say, we're on the way. Because an American unit is going to say, we have allies in trouble, start rolling. We're going to be asking you for information as we're on our way. Are there air assets available? Yes. No. Shit. No air support. Yes, but it's only helicopters. Shit. Yes, it's only 2 F-16s. Fuck. That's no time on station. That's literally, they have to turn and burn, drop ordnance and leave. Other countries, when they're responding, they want all the information first. A really, really great example of this is if you read Black Hawk Down, all the after action reports of Black Hawk Down. Let me help you out, bro. I'm not wrong. I might be wrong about your country. Okay? I might be wrong about your specific country, but I'm not wrong overall because I've been there. I've done that. I have the fucking t-shirt. I've read the after action reports. Okay? Many of the other world militaries, if their officer goes down, wait, what Cold War mentality are you talking about? I wasn't in the military during the Cold War. What are you on about? I'm talking about modern day operational tactical field structure. What are you talking about? If you read Black Hawk Down, the Americans went in without alerting the UN. Then the Americans went in and got into trouble. And they needed the UN to go in and grab the Americans that were in, 3 different geographical pockets along the city? 2? It was 2, right? The crash site and where they had... That is a totally different thing, America versus worldwide institution. I'm not talking about a worldwide institution. I'm talking about the tactical battle. I'm not talking about officers versus enlisted. I'm talking about leadership. What the fuck? What military unit are you talking about that's tactically engaged that doesn't have an officer? I didn't say UN versus America. I didn't say us against everybody else. I said our tactics, our battlefield tactics. Are you telling me that the rest of the world also, they're enlisted engaged when their officer goes down? Or are you, what exactly are you saying? Because you're not making any sense. The US are enlisted as a lieutenant or a captain. My senior NCO knew exactly everything I knew. Okay, Finland, great. Let me do a quick check. Okay. Yes. Okay. So Finland, all you had to do say, okay. What I hate about people is when I say I don't know every single other country, and I said I don't know yours. Yes, you follow mission command. And according to your manual, there's this really long fucking phrase that I can't say, but you follow that. And that is, you give the leader the intent, the subordinates execute. So you follow the same doctrine the US does. The officer knows the mission. He tells his senior NCO. If the officer goes down, the senior NCO continues the mission. You use a rolling down chain of command. Great. That's the better way to do it. There are other countries, right? There are other countries, when their officer goes down, they abort mission or pause mission, move into a defensive posture, and they have to get authority from higher up because they're not allowed to execute at the enlisted level. That's all the fuck I said. I don't know every single country, because I don't have every single country, and that's why I literally said us and the Australians. I'll be honest, I never worked with the Finnish military, never cross-trained with your officers, never hosted any of your guys. I don't even know how big your fucking military is. How big is your military? Oh, you have 24,000. You only have 24,000 active duty personnel and 280 reserves. Okay, great. Anyway, so the point is, right, whatever, move on. Don't even say the Russians though, because the Russians have a really, the Russian fucking mentality right now is Russia went from the second strongest military in the world to the second strongest military in the Ukraine. Could a guy in his mid-30s still enlist? Yeah, I think that still exists. Hold on one second. Army 35, Navy 41, Air Force 41, Air Force 42, Marine Corps 28, Coast Guard 31, Space Force 42. So yeah, if you're in your mid-30s, you could join the Air Force, which is the branch of service I would recommend you join anyway. But yeah, Space Force pisses me off too. Yeah, you're thinking the cutoff for aviation, which is why my Air Battle Manager commission got shit canned, because I got the nod for ABM, but I couldn't make it to the start of OTS before my birthday. Now, my thoughts on Space Force. Space Force for the US military is a really good thing, and I just wish it had a better name. Because you have the Air Force, you have the Navy, you have the Army, you have the Marine Corps, and they're all competing for ISR assets. Now, if the Air Force controls the majority of the ISR assets, Air Force officers are going to unduly give... Yes, I do think it needed to be its own branch, but I don't think it should have been called Space Force. I think it should have been called the Department of ISR. And the reason why is, if we draw it this way, and we have the Air Force, and we have the Navy, the Army, the Marine Corps, and the Coast Guard, and they're all asking the Air Force for ISR data, you have a conflict of interest. Yeah, the Coast Guard is under the Department of Homeland Security unless we're actively in war, and then the Secretary of now War, I guess, can tell the Department of Homeland Security, we want the Coast Guard back. This is where I saw the problem with ISR. It's the same problem where you have any competing interests. So you're a guy tasked with allocating ISR resources to all the branches of service. But your own branch of service is responsible for your promotions. Coast Guard is 31. So I recognize where this happens, because it's the same thing that happens with the wing commander, but then you've got the guard unit on the base, you've got the reserve unit on the base, and you've got a tenant unit on the base, and you're over here and you do all the con ops. Well, my wing commander wants his guys to always have the 8 o'clock flyout time, but operationally, it makes more sense for the reservists this weekend to have the 8 o'clock flyout time, but the reserve commander doesn't write my paperwork, doesn't determine what my stratification is, the wing commander does. My promotion is based on my stratification. So I don't want to piss the wing commander off, so I'm gonna serve the wing commander more unequivalently. That's why I think we needed to create ISR. Oh, I do agree with you, Phelan. I think that military interpreters should have gone to ISR. Absolutely. I also think that there was one other thing. Oh, I think not into ISR, but I think medical. I think we need to create DoD medical, because I think people are going to hate me for this, but I don't think we should have one PT standard for the Army, one for the Navy, one for the Air Force, one for the Space Force, one for the Marines, one for the Coast Guard. We should have one PT standard. Period. Dot. Now, if you need your special operators to be more physically fit, then don't raise everybody's standard. Raise special operators. Be like, the minimum run time for a 2-mile run with a pass is 16 minutes, whatever the number is, whatever we picked is the magic number. Special operators, however, you must run in 12 minutes. Cops, you must run in 12 minutes. You just have base standard. As a medical person, my wife had, in one day, a Navy person come in, an Army person come in, and an Air Force person come in. They all had similar conditions, and they all got 3 different courses of treatment because each branch of service gives profiles / waivers differently. I also think that we shouldn't be treating people's injuries based on whether or not they have a PT test coming up. my guy went to the doctor and he had his whole knee was black. He had smashed his knee off of a K-loader. If you know what a K-loader is, he was working and he turned and he fucking, where the driver's compartment of the K-loader is, he had turned and he had fucking bashed his knee. And it was all black. I mean, the thing was fucking black as shit. He went over and they told him, ice your knee after running and take Motrin if you're in pain. Picked up the phone. I called the colonel. I was friends with him. We were friendly. Called him. I said, sir, my guy, his whole knee is black. His knee is swollen to the size of a grapefruit. They told him to ice his knee after running and take Motrin. And he's like, well, yeah, because his PT test is coming up. Sir, he just passed his PT test. They're like, oh, send him back over then. Sent him back over. He comes back a while later. He's in a fucking knee brace. And he's on a can't do shit waiver. If you're in the military, you know what a can't do shit waiver is. And I'm like, so I called my friend, the colonel, back. I said, what is this about? He's like, oh, new guidance from on high. We can't give people a profile to get out of a PT test. So my fucking medical care is predicated on whether or not I'm taking a PT test in the next month. So like, I laughed about it. It was all bullshit. A month later, I show up on the day of my PT test. It's in April, and I'm sweating buckets. It's 50 degrees outside. I'm sweating buckets. I walked in. I said, hey, I'm in PT gear. I'm here. Here's all my forms to take the test. I'm sick. Can I please report to the clinic? If they clear me, I'll come back and test at 12:30. And they said, yeah, go ahead. I went to the clinic. The guy said, you have whatever he said I had. He's like, I'll give you 1 day of quarters. So I went home. I slept all day. The next day I woke up and I was sick as shit. And I went to the clinic and my PCM was coming in. I'm sitting there at like 6:45 in the morning. My PCM walks in. She's like, you look like shit. And I was like, thanks, ma'am. She's like, get in here. So because we didn't have sick call. You just have to show up at the window. And at the time, circa 2011, you have to show up in the morning. They either can put you in an acute call or they send you downtown to the ER. She takes my temperature. I'm 103. And she's like, when did you get sick? I was like, I was here yesterday. She loads up my files. She was mad. She's like, I'll kill him. She's like, I'm giving you 96 hours of quarters. By the time she swabbed my throat, my nose, my ear, she's like, you have a double ear infection, a sinus infection, strep throat. You probably have an upper respiratory infection. I said, ma'am, I can't have 96 hours of quarters. I have to PT test on Friday. She's like, you'll fucking die. So she put me on quarters. Now keep in mind, I've never failed a PT test. But they tried to tell her I had to test by the end of the month. The Air Force and the military in general got all fucking bent out of shape about your PT tests. Like, somebody has to test at the end of the month. If you're due in April, somebody's going to be testing on the 30th of April. It's just the way it is. So, of course, I click over May 1st hits. Now I'm delinquent on my PT test. I go to she said, come back to the clinic on Monday, because she gave me Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday on quarters. Monday I go in, I said, ma'am, I'm feeling fine. She's like, are you hydrated? Yes, ma'am, I'm hydrated. Good to go. I ran my PT test. I'm 2 days late. There's like nine forms. Listen to this pussy ass Air Force fuck talk about being sick. What a fucking pussy. No wonder why you're such a cunt. No, man, I'm not your wife. You never got sick? I forgot. Navy vet is right, has never had strep throat, which is a contagious fucking disease that you get. I mean, Navy vet has never been sick in his life. We should reverse engineer his DNA so we could solve everything except retard. Oh, we can't do it, guys. If we reverse engineer his DNA, everybody will be a fucking IQ 74 retard. You've never been sick? Yeah, everyone's asking you, dude, what's your rate? Why won't you answer the question of what your rate is to the 2 other Navy people? The other 2 Navy people in the channel think you're a puke. What's your fucking rate, deck swabber? Bosun's mate? Yeah, it took him 22 minutes to wait. But he doesn't understand he's helping my metrics because he's keeping me 1 viewer up. It's funny to me, no Navy person would cold shoulder other Navy people. He's not a real Navy person. He's probably a person who served in the Navy for like 4 years and got an other than honorable or a less than honorable. But guys, he's the man's man because he's never contracted strep throat. Do you have kids? I'm just wondering how you survived having kids without ever picking up any of the crud kids bring home from school. You've never had strep, never had flu, never had influenza. Guy's probably never had a cavity. He's probably never broken a bone. He's the fucking Hulk, guys. Holy shit. We've got Captain America. He got the fucking secret serum. The best you can do is insult me because I contracted strep throat because I have kids. Your kids cough in your face when you're taking care of them. You just had, thank you. No, Jedi drive-by. You're a Jedi. You can't get sick. The metachlorians, man, force healing. Yeah, these kids that wash out of boot camp and say they were in the military. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, just had to do a drive-by. So. You got norovirus while taking your kid to the doctor? I had norovirus in last December, no, 2 Decembers ago. I never want that shit again. Let me just tell you, people talk about we need to find a cure for COVID. No, we need to find a cure for norovirus. Noro is not fun at all. Like, I don't think I have vomited more in my life than when I had noro. And what was even worse is I had food poisoning and I got noro. Like, I literally recovered from my food poisoning and then got noro. You had the new coronavirus in January. Man, we just can't. Like, my wife had to keep yelling at me at Disney last week. She's like, stop touching the handrails. I'm fucking getting yelled at like I'm 12. If you haven't gotten your flu or COVID boosters this season, get them. Flu is really bad this year. I got it a few weeks. You know, yeah, don't touch the bathroom doorknobs. Don't touch anything. We've decided that for the May trip with our 20-year-old, I'm putting hand sanitizer right on my backpack, and I'm just going to be using that shit all day. Like, there were people in the theater, the Frozen show, which was great, by the way. I recommend everybody go to Disney at least once, especially if you have kids. Make sure your kids are 5 and up, though. There are people just back there hacking and coughing up a lung, and it's like, dude, like, cover your fucking mouth, would you? Cover your mouth. I find it interesting that people would rather take a fuck ton of crap instead of admitting they might be wrong. Yeah, it's how it is, man. I think I had one more.
Before you get into an argument,
I think I pulled one more. I pulled one more. Oh, yeah. Everybody loves a little Robin Williams.
Donald Trump is the Wizard of Oz. He is the guy. It's a man, he plays Monopoly with real buildings. This is a scary man. And he owns all these beauty pageants, Miss America, Miss Universe. Isn't that a bit like Michael Vick owning a series of pet stores? It's like, it's a catch and release program for him. This is a man who said, my daughter is hot. Even people in Arkansas went, that's wrong. That's just way out of place. And that hair, my God. I believe the hair is the Donald. I believe that's it. I believe the body is a maintenance system for the hair. He goes home at night going, we're home. Hey, let's get out of here now. Oh, her, let's do this.
For fuck's sake, like what he said about that though. Like that I don't know how we can teach ethics without, like, you've got the Trinity. You've got ethics, values, and morals, right? You have ethics, values, and morals. No, Robin Williams, I don't think Robin Williams was murdered, because the way Robin Williams killed himself is a way that individuals would kill themselves. Robin Williams struggled with depression, and most people don't realize that. Robin Williams struggled. Yeah, he struggled with lifelong, crippling, debilitating depression. Yeah, Zelda would absolutely have said something by now if she thought her dad was murdered. But the sad part about mental health, especially in men, is that men don't want to talk about their problems. One of the big things is, and by the way, if Navy vet pops back in, he'd probably laugh at this too. The fact that I'm going to be living rent free in his head for years is going to be amazing. We have this problem called the toxic man box, right? Yeah, I'm so soft, right? There is something called vicarious trauma. If you're not familiar with vicarious trauma it's why most therapists have a therapist. Most therapists have a therapist because they just feed. I see it, actually, there isn't much support out there for men who have crippling depression. There's not, because we don't have enough male mental health providers that for men to go get the treatment they need. Men go into psychiatry. Women go into counseling. You have men go into social work, but because of gender inequality, women, and this isn't a knock on women, it's just a reality. Women end up being social workers during work hours, because women have to get their own kids from school, right? So there's no social worker for the guy that works 9 to 5, because the guy that works 9 to 5 knows exactly what it's going to look like if he has to take 2 hours leave twice a week to travel to a provider and back. In the military is still, like, keep in mind, I entered the military in the fall of 2002, and I retired in 2017. I've been out for 9 years. And even now, I still hear stories of how people's careers were impacted because they were seeking mental health help. Yeah, if you seek mental health, your security clearance above a secret can be in jeopardy, and you can't hold many of your jobs if your clearance gets downgraded to secret. You can't have a contingency planner who doesn't have TSSCI if they need that to do regional threat planning. They can do the basic stuff. They can remain to be like an IDO, but if they can't get their higher clearance, they can't do the things that are expected of a major, a lieutenant colonel, a colonel. Then if you can't do that, that's the end of your career. Like if you're in that track, but you get your TS taken away, you're done. Yeah, in the military. Oh, you want to unalive yourself? Let's kick you out. That was the policy back in the 2000s. Right. And what they would do, and if you think I'm lying, you can go look it up. You have two conditions in the VA. You have adjustment disorder, and you have chronic adjustment disorder. And this is a 9440. And this is a med retirement condition. This is not, because this has to exist for 6 months or longer. And they can't do it now, but you're right. In the 2000s, they used to say, "Oh, you have an adjustment disorder? We're going to separate you administratively." Do you know how terrible it is to get an administrative separation? It means you basically have to fight for, not anymore, but back in the day, you had to fight for your own VA benefits. There's a lot of people over the years that I have helped force the Air Force, because I don't understand Navy and Army. I link them up with the VFW guys. A number of people I've had to help get reinstated to active duty for 1 day so that they can then be processed out under a 9440 so that they can get the 70% or the 90% VA rating. Because the VA turns it around on them and says, well, you were administratively separated and you've been working. Yeah, I've been working because I have to fucking eat, but I've had 9 jobs in 7 years. And this is what one vet told me. I can't keep a job. I can't stay at a job long enough to move upward because I have this adjustment disorder. And for those of you that don't know what an adjustment disorder is, it's PTSD without the sentinel event of criterion A. In order to have PTSD, there is a very, very specific criteria A that you have to fulfill. If you don't fulfill that by the DSM-5, my European viewers, yours is a little different because you use the ICD-11. But if you don't fulfill this, you get an adjustment disorder. And then you have to have that for 6 months to have a 9440 chronic adjustment disorder. And then what they say to you is, we're going to send you to a 6-week treatment center. And your command is like, well, that'll impact your promotion. You fuckers broke the person. I never did that to my guys. You got to go to the 6-week treatment thing, man. Go. Do it. Let me know at the end of the 6 weeks when you come back. Let me know what you want to do. If you come back after 6 weeks of treatment and you say you're good to go, I ain't never going to ask you again. You bring it back up to me, I'll engage. It's not going to negatively impact you. We had a guy, his son was stillborn. They kicked him out at 4.5 months of adjustment disorder because they said he couldn't overcome it. His son was stillborn. It takes more than 4 months to grieve that. But we have this. And this is what we have. And it's so unfortunate in American society. And what we have is, like Navy vet is right. He falls right into this. We have the toxic man box. We have the toxic man box. Men aren't allowed to cry. They can't express any emotion other than anger. Men can't express weakness or fear. They can't. Men are supposed to demonstrate power and control. Men are supposed to be aggressive. They're supposed to be dominant. They're supposed to be a protector. Men aren't supposed to be like a woman, like a girl. They're not supposed to be. Men are supposed to be heterosexual. You're not supposed to act like a gay man. And because I've modified this to be for the show, you know what word I'm saying that I can't say. You have to be tough, athletic, strong, courageous, like Trump flying in to Iraq. You got to be brave. You have to make decisions. You can't ask for help. You can't ask for directions. You view women as property or objects. And it's so much so that it's been built into every part of our society. Just think about marriages now, today. Men are the provider, they're the protector, they're the leader, they're the teacher. Look at how women are regarded. Women, only now are we starting to have, in the last 2 generations, are we starting to have more both sides of the family. Think about all of history. Women take the husband's name. Women become part of the husband's family line. The children have the father's name, right? Boys, right? Boys, if you've not read Lord of the Flies, you should. Boys automatically gather in hierarchical groups. They automatically do it. Boys don't have to be told to do that. Boys naturally align themselves into hierarchies. If you've never seen this happen, just look at your average high school. So you have the quarterback, right? So he's like the top of this pyramid. And then you usually have like the other star players on the football team. And then you have these other people on the football team. And this becomes a hierarchy. But this guy down here also happens to be the captain of the basketball team. And so he's a follower in the football hierarchy, but he's a leader in the basketball hierarchy. And now this guy over here, and as dumb as this is going to sound, this guy down here has a car. And so he has a smaller hierarchy of friends, but because he has a car, he's a leader, he's a decision maker. It's my car, I'm going here. Are you going with me or not? No? Okay, well then get out of my tribe. What do you see? What do you see boys do? They chase girls. Boys chase girls. Men, they don't have to chase women because the rules are different. Boys play competitive games that are winners and losers, right? Boys are taught it's okay to be aggressive because you fight like a man. You fight like a man. Feelings make you vulnerable. Big boys don't cry, aye. It's a song that was in the 40s or the 50s. They learn early on, adults won't jump in unless someone is really, really hurt. There's a great story of a dad. He's a psychologist, and he didn't realize it until later on. He had one boy, one girl, twins. His little boy fell down one day, skinned his knee. He's there, he's up like a shot. Get up, don't cry. Real men don't cry. Be a real man, be a big boy, get up. It's a toddler. They have a skinned knee. It hurts. They don't have the level of maturity necessary to understand it's just a skinned knee. He didn't realize it until his daughter, like a day or two later, fell and skinned her knee. He picked her up and he dusted her off. He sat her on his lap. He cleaned it out. He put a Band-Aid on it. He gave her a hug. He sang to her. When 30 minutes later, when he sent her off to play, he said, I treated my kids completely different based on their genders. That's what society does. We also have this fucked up part of society. A 5-year-old boy pulls a little girl's pigtails, and that's okay because he likes her. And a 12-year-old boy lightly pushes a girl on the playground, and that's okay because he likes her. And now an 18-year-old boy slaps his girlfriend, but that's not okay. But how would he know? Because when he pulled the little girl's pigtail, we didn't tell him we don't play like that. And when he pushed the little girl on the playground, we didn't say don't play like that. People want to talk about statistics, and one of you had asked me about violent statistics earlier. I don't have it broken down, but this is a teaser statistic for you that should make every man stop. Men commit 90% of the homicides in this country. Men represent 77% of the homicide victims. Men represent 79% of all suicides. Yet they report less depression than women. A male's life expectancy is 4.9 years less than a woman as a result of less self-care. So we have men who don't go get mental help. For me, I was a domestic violence, intimate partner abuse, violence prevention, whatever the whole fucking acronym is. Hold on, what was that? Had to help guys that were convicted of domestic violence, domestic battery. They had to go through a rehabilitation course to not go through jail. More than 50% of them were victims of domestic violence. But we don't charge on domestic violence. We charge on domestic battery. This is one statistic that I say that always makes women mad, but it's a valid statistic. Men are not the problem in domestic violence, women are. And I know that because 70% or more of lesbian relationships have domestic violence in them, but only 20 some odd percent of homosexual relationships have domestic violence in them. Now, of course, it could be because men don't report, and I acknowledge that. But based on the best data we have, the best gathered data that is available, women are more domestically abusive. Men are more domestically batterers. 50% of all of my men in my class, or more, when I would give them their surveys and stuff, they would report domestic violence. It's, if you want to look it up, it's called the Duluth model, like Duluth, Minnesota. Wonderful model. It breaks domestic violence out into 8 like sub-rings. See if I have it real quick. But there's a lot of things that go on. Yeah, if you report against your family and friends, they use it against you. You're absolutely correct. It's the Duluth model. Yeah. So if you've never seen this, this is another thing. I wish we would teach this in school to kids. This is called the power and control wheel. This is inside of the Duluth model. You have physical violence, sexual violence. You have emotion. You have economic abuse. You have intimidation, emotional abuse. That's how it is. What'd you ask? Is there a reason why it's like that for women? If we assume the data is accurate depiction of what's happening, it's because we don't teach men boundaries. Men, we don't teach children what healthy boundaries look like. So this is your nuclear red line. Nobody, yes, women are more domestically abusive. Men are more domestic batterers. Men are only one slice of that pie because men use their fist or they use their hand. Women do things like economic abuse, emotional abuse, isolation. And if you don't want to believe me, you can look up the Duluth statistics because that's where it all comes from. But we don't teach men to say when they're uncomfortable. This is what healthy boundaries should look like. My friend in the Marines told me his wife at the time would hit him, and he told me he reported it and they made him go to domestic abuse class. Yes, that is very true, because they can't force her to go to domestic abuse class. This is what your healthy boundaries should look like. When somebody reaches your green line boundary, this is where your words should come in, and your words should be, I'm sorry, but that's a boundary of mine and you're not respecting it. Now think about society, the Western society, for a moment. Think about how much a man would be laughed at if you heard him say, excuse me, that's a boundary of mine, and I would appreciate it if you didn't cross that boundary. But that's what it should be. For example, with my wife, just laughed at. They would be laughed at, they would be mocked, they would be ridiculed. My wife and I take food off of each other's plates within rules. Within rules. When we get hibachi, my wife doesn't like grilled onion. So I pull all the grilled onion off of my wife's plate because she doesn't want it on her plate. Now in return, I will put zucchini on her plate. But beyond those rules, we don't touch each other's food. We really only touch each other's food at hibachi. When you get to here, this is where actions should start, and those actions should be no longer being around the person. Hey, I've repeatedly asked you not to touch my food. It's a boundary of mine, and you keep doing it. It may seem simple to you. You think it's just taking a French fry, but I'm really particular about my food. Or, hey, I've repeatedly asked you not to touch me. Please don't touch me. I'm not comfortable with people touching me. They keep touching you. Well, that's your action, is you no longer you no longer contact that person. Unfortunately for men don't usually act until this. Men usually don't act until you touch their nuclear red line. And the problem with that is, this is where you get charged with domestic battery, or you get charged with battery, or you get charged with assault. That is the problem. And you wonder why we have people like Navy Vet is Right who don't understand, because he is a product of a completely failed educational system. He's a product of a completely failed home life. And he's those products because something was wrong with how he was raised, because maybe something was wrong with how the people who raised him were raised. You notice that it was a matter of, I moved on multiple times. But you're a dog with a fucking bone. If you want the last word, be right. There's some discussions pop up, we just move on. But I'm not going to allow somebody to just keep spewing bullshit. Because then you have people that don't understand, and they'll see that clip. That's how we end up with this like cult mentality. What do you really think deep down inside children are born racist? And if you do, then how do you account for the numerous studies that have occurred where kids don't know race until they're taught race? I'll say this, I'm not embarrassed to say this at all. I didn't meet my first face-to-face black person at my social level until 13 years old at high school. My Irish community had zero black parishioners. We had no black families in our parish. And I'm Catholic, so I don't just say neighborhood, I say parish. We had no black individuals. I didn't meet my first Hispanic on my social level until 6th or 7th grade. And the Hispanic that I met had a fucking Irish last name because the dad was Irish and the mom was Mexican. Racism was so common in the 70s and the 80s, in the early 90s. It came out of everybody's mouth. All the time. I had friends wearing a Jordan jersey, wearing Air Jordans, using racial expletives, and I would just say to them, if that's how you feel about black people, why are you making Michael Jordan rich? And they didn't get it. Where'd they learn the racism? Their parents. They learned the racism from their parents. My father didn't tolerate any level of racism. Zero level of racism. I never had a problem with that. My older siblings did. I'm a lot like Chris Rock. I don't have time to separate people into races. I just have a thing against stupid people. If you're not stupid, we're friends. Period. Dot. You're not ignorant, you're not a bigot, you're not a homophobe, you're not a transphobe. Now, do I get along with a lot of transgender people? No, I do not. Why? Because they're transgender? No. Because they have warped political views. Has nothing to do with what they are. You like racist jokes, though, it's a guilty pleasure. So, I like racist jokes about Irish people because they're my people. Right? My wife and I, she'll share a Hispanic joke because she's Hispanic. But we're not up in the house making black jokes. We're not up in the house making, like, Polish jokes. We're not doing that. Most of the time, calling someone by their race has zero material importance to a story or information when someone's talking. Yes. Yeah, you grew up on military bases, so you grew up around all races. I grew up in an Irish neighborhood, in an Irish Catholic parish. With, in reflection, a racist as fuck grandfather. Who I had completely forgotten my grandfather was racist until I visited with my aunt last January. She's passed away now, but I visited with my aunt and she was talking about her racist father. And then I started remembering. But then while we're in the car together, she goes off about immigrants. And I'm sitting there and I said, "Are you talking about immigrants or illegal immigrants?" And she's like, "I'm talking about immigrants." And I said, "Hey, Aunt, fuck you." And she's like, "Excuse me?" She's in her 80s. I'm 40. I'm 45 at the time. I'm like, "Fuck you." And she's like, "Excuse me?" I'm like, "I'm an immigrant, asshole. My father's an immigrant, asshole. You're literally shitting on your dead little sister's son. You're literally shitting on your former brother-in-law." And she's like, "You're not an immigrant." I was an Irish citizen before I was an American citizen, so how the fuck am I not an immigrant? No, I'm a naturalized American citizen. I'm a naturalized Irish citizen. But the moment I'm born, I'm my father's son before I'm my mother's son. The paperwork got filled out. I'm the son of my father. He's Irish. He's the son of his mother. He's American. He was born in America. He's American. If you aren't indigenous, you're the descendant of immigrants. That is okay. That is correct with one lens. He is correct. Warhead is correct through one lens, right? However, with that logic, there are no indigenous people because the Native Americans crossed the land bridge from Asia. So technically, North America has no indigenous people. If you use that logic, there are no indigenous people because Native Americans and Asians, right? How far back to go to indigenous? It's 4 generations. It's considered 4 generations. 4 generations back, you're indigenous, is what's commonly accepted. Because 4 generations back, you're no longer technically related to the people. Yeah, you define indigenous as present before colonization. Well, right. But then you run into the problem of there's an awful lot of people then that aren't indigenous because technically then, what year are you talking? Because then technically, yeah, Vikings were here. Well, Vikings were here after the Native Americans. Native Americans crossed the land bridge during the previous ice age. That's why they were able to cross the 70 miles of water. But the Vikings were here in what, 800 something? Yeah, black people cannot even go that far back because most of them don't know where they came from in Africa. Which is another discussion where I say to people, we need to stop calling black people African American. I'm not trying to be hurtful, but if you can't tell me where in Africa you came from, you're American. You're not African American, you're American. And as long as we keep putting people in, yeah, you're just fucking American. Come on, Bunny, the first time he was on my show seemed like a guy I wanted to fucking hit in the head with a pint glass. But after we got talking, Come On Bunny and I have more in common than we don't have in common. Come On Bunny is the type of guy that I'd like to buy a beer. I'll just drink a root beer. I don't drink alcohol. But because I'm not against anybody. Are you interested in working hard? Yeah, you're my people. Are you interested in learning? Yep, even more my people. We got to get, for this country to heal, we got to get a leader better than Donald Trump who wants to divide us. We need, like, look, can we all just stop with the fucking bullshit, the polite racism? We got to stop the polite racism. We say the black community, what we really mean is the poor community. That's what we're fucking trying to say without saying it. Stop calling it the black community. Because I'm pretty sure if you roll up to Denzel Washington's house, he's not who you're talking about. If you show up to Morgan Freeman's 100+ some odd acre bee ranch, the man ain't poor. Shaquille O'Neal is a billionaire. Colin Powell was the chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff. Barack Obama was the fucking president. We gotta talk about poverty. The moment, if all the poor black people and all the poor Hispanic people and all the poor white people would stop fucking arguing about the color of their skin and would argue about their living conditions, guess what? You're the numerical majority. You're the numerical majority. Poor people are the numerical majority. If there wasn't racism, there would be classism. Right. Crab, the rich elite have us fighting a race war so we don't turn around and fight a class war. Do you know why people like me are beloved by both sides? People like me are beloved by the rich because I improved my family's lot in life. I walked up the ladder. They love that. It's an example that the system isn't broken. Poor people look at me and they say, well, if it's doable, it's doable. He did it. So it's the story of hope. It's unfair. Life isn't fair. I have a friend, but you're white. It was going to happen regardless. Then, okay, I'll bite. Why did it take my brother 25 years to catch up to where I was 20 years ago? I know, it's the shit sentiment, but that's what I say. If it was about being white, why am I the youngest brother with the most success? See, the white argument pisses me off because my brother is 4 years older than me, and he's now making what I made in about 2008. Your favorite joke is Elon Musk is more African American than you are. Well, he is. Elon Musk is African American. Privilege provides an advantage, not a guarantee. No, privilege doesn't provide any advantage at all. How do I know this? Because there are more poor white people than there are total black people. White privilege doesn't exist. White privilege can only exist if the poorest white person has more access to equity than the richest black person. And when you start to really break it down, the argument falls apart. There are a million different cultures of white. What white are we talking about? Right. And let's not forget the pigs. The Polish, the Irish, the Italians, and the Greeks. Yeah, you Europeans, you know damn well that you get rid of the Irish, the Italians, and the Greeks. Oh, and the Serbians. These are the kind of questions that the rich elite want us asking each other. We aren't each other's enemies, right? Joe Clark, president of Eastside High in New Jersey. Discipline is not the enemy of enthusiasm. That is all I mean, though. How can we lump all those cultures into one general category? They're nothing alike. You're right. You're absolutely right. I'm privileged because both my characters were in the Marine Corps when I grew up middle class. I also am 6 feet, athletically gifted, pre-compound in injuries. Yeah. Privilege isn't a thing by color of skin. Everybody needs to turn around and shut down the racial argument because it's not true. There's more white people in poverty than there are black people in the country. So how is being white automatically privileged? Is classism bad? No, classism isn't bad. Classism is unfortunately the natural result of capitalism. There are going to be rich people, there are going to be poor people. That's how it works. Capitalism isn't designed to make everybody have an equal amount. Capitalism isn't designed to have a very narrow median. Because remember, you can have a median that looks kind of like this. Or you can have a median that looks very much like that. This is socialism or communism. This is capitalism. You have almost everybody in the median in socialism and communism. But do you know what the problem with socialism and communism is? It's still not equality. Because I'm the headmaster of the school, I live in the headmaster of the school's house, which has a bigger dining room because I have people over. I entertain guests. But that's not fair. You don't have equal. Whoever told you that socialism would give you equal? Whoever told you communism would give you equal? Bernie Sanders did, and Nancy Pelosi did, and all the people who read the first 10 pages of the Communist Manifesto did. From each to their ability, from each according to their ability, to each according to their needs. You have a no future bullshit job. I need you to have a job near the factory. I don't need you to have anything else. Society doesn't need you to have anything else. Therefore, you don't have anything else. The race wars, gender wars, Republican, Democrats, it's all part of the big plan to keep us occupied and stupid. The ultra rich that runs the world don't care about us, period. They do care about you. You got to stop saying stuff like that. The ultra rich care about you. The ultra rich absolutely care about you. They can't make money without you. But the problem is, and this is the real talk that nobody wants to hear, you want the path of least resistance. You want the fun. You want the fun. They want to make all of your money. No, they don't want to make all of your money. They want you to make money because they want you to have money to buy their products. Elon Musk wants you to buy Teslas. He wants you to buy Starlink. That's what he wants. That's why he was so mad when other countries took away the EV tax credit. That's why he was so mad when you're going to get rid of the EV tax credit, because now you can't afford his product. You can't, because you buy his product, now you buy a Tesla wall battery bank. You buy more of his products. They want us to work and grow their companies, and then we invest in them. Yes, that's what they want. They want you to work for them, grow their companies, reinvest all of your money back into their companies. That's what they want. Wealth wants to access labor at the cheapest price possible. Labor wants to access as much wealth as their labor can demand. There you go. That's capitalism. That's capitalism. Your salary is a compromise. That's it. Why do you make $20 an hour? Because you don't have a skill set that warrants 21. Well, I think I'm worth it. Are you making it? No, then you're not worth it. Well, I've heard this one. I could make more money if I moved. So you're choosing the path of least resistance. You don't want to move. Therefore, you want the salary you take. What's hard about that? Yeah, you could also make less if you moved. You're right. It's a risk. Those who risk it get the biscuit. It's you want to play it safe, play it safe. You want to play it safe, then play it safe. But don't turn around and say the game is rigged. See, if we keep looking up and whining and bitching and complaining that the game is rigged, then they'll point to people like me and say, well, he was born dirt-ass poor, and he's in the middle class now. He jumped multiple socioeconomic statuses in one lifetime. Even if you make $20 an hour, if you work 2 jobs at $20 an hour a year, that's $82,000 a year. Yep. Do you need $82,000 a year? People of China like their simple life. Yeah. Believe it or not, a lot of them do. Believe it or not, a lot of them do. Studied a semester in China. Really great people out in rural nowhere China. A lot of them are happy. They're content. Because they don't know anything else. Ignorance is sometimes bliss. Cypher said it best in The Matrix. Ignorance is bliss. I know people still to this day that live in small... My father-in-law is a rural man. He never wanted the bigger, better deal. He wanted to work. He wanted to put food on the table for his family. He wanted a rocking chair to sit in his retirement. That's what he has. Chinese model is based on highly as well. As long as their machine prospers, they won't question the method. Yeah, most people... See, the problem is most people would enjoy a simple life. Most people... if you ever ride the Carousel of Progress at Disney World, at the Magic Kingdom, the main character, he's like, yeah, I'm caught up in something called the rat race now. I live in the suburbs and I commute into the city to just turn around at the end of the day and do it all over again. I think it's the few that actually truly prosper in a competitive market. I found out that one of my colleagues is making close to 4 times my commission and doing half the work. Guess what? I'm doing every damn thing I can do to make sure I'm in a position to do the same. Yeah. Glad I don't need to do that because I settled for my childhood small town. Yeah, it's all about what you want. See, this is where like the motivational speaker comes in from me. If you want more, go out and seize it. Go get it. I would love a simple life. Pay my bills comfortably, have a little disposable cash for games or something. No aspirations to travel. It feels unattainable in this day and age. But maybe that's me looking for the path of least resistance. There you go. I respect the shit out of what you just said. Because you said, I want this, it feels unattainable, but maybe that's me looking for the path of least resistance. Let me just ask you. What is the median house cost in the area you live in? Because as soon as you pay for your house, that is the biggest thing off your agenda. And this is where people fall into the trap, right? Say you've been living for however many years paying an $115,000. Had to look it up. $115,000. So let me do $115,000. $115,000. We're gonna do 0 on the down payment. We're gonna loan the whole amount out. We're gonna round it up to 6%. We're gonna do it on a 30-year term. We're not gonna put. We're gonna put PMI on it. We're gonna have no other loan. So you could get a house if you could get it fully financed. That's what it would cost you per month at 6%. Now, no, something's wrong. Hold on. Something's wrong with, I don't know why it did that. See today's best rates. Hold on. There's a mistake with those numbers. I don't like this calculator. I want the other calculator. Because that was 115,000, no down payment, 30 years, 6%, and we don't want anything else on it. We don't want any property tax per month. We don't want any homeowners insurance per month. We just want the mortgage, the clean mortgage. That's a whole lot better. That's a whole lot better. To buy a $115,000 house, that's what your yeah, that's a whole lot fucking better. That's your monthly payment. But now here's the trick. This isn't your monthly payment. This is your monthly payment. Okay? Why is that your monthly payment? Because you are going, instead of paying this loan off in 30 years, you are going to scrimp and save and do whatever you need to do. And you are going to pay that extra $111 every month. And that $111 every month is going to shave tons of money. Tons of money off your mortgage. So without the extra, okay, so without the extra $115,000 house at $689 a month, you're gonna pay total for the house $248, $214. You're gonna pay this off in February of 2056. Okay, now look at just how an extra $111 a month, the same $115,000 house at $800 a month, you're only gonna pay $203,344 total. You're gonna pay this off in May of 2047. You're taking 9 years off of it. I don't include the property tax and the homeowner's insurance because it skews it. It skews the discussion point. Yes, you have to account for homeowner's insurance. You have to account for property taxes. However, what you're doing is you're doing it wrong. You should not. No, you need a 20% down payment to avoid private mortgage insurance. You always have to carry homeowner's insurance on the value of the home while you have a mortgage. I've never seen a mortgage not require homeowner's insurance. You have to carry it because it's not your house yet. It's the bank's house. But the reason why I don't include it is you should not have, some mortgages require escrow. Yeah, if you're doing an FHA loan, but again, you're walking off of the main. See, what you're doing is you're adding conditionals that don't apply to everybody. So what you're saying is, and you need to do this. No, you don't need to do this. In fact, unless you need by your mortgage term to have your property tax and your homeowner's insurance in your escrow, you shouldn't put it in your escrow. You should properly budget, because why do you want to give them 1/12 of your property taxes 12 months in advance and 1/12 of your property taxes 11 months in advance? Why do you want to give them 1/12 of your next year's homeowner's insurance policy 12 months in advance? Don't ever do that. Keep that shit in your own bank account. But the problem is, what I see more and more is people realize they have $111 or they have a $600 mortgage. You do it because it's the path of least resistance. There you go. Thank you for being honest. Thank you for being honest. Lots of people do. Lots of people give the government a free loan on their money, and they don't tweak their W-4 to maximize their take-home pay because they like, and my wife was one of these people. My wife, when we got married the day after Christmas. So our marital filing status for the whole year was married. If you're not aware of that, in America, you can get married on New Year's Eve and the whole tax year is considered married. The way they wrote it is it's whatever your status is on the last day of the year. So I made infinitely more money than she did. So, she said to me, well, what are we going to do with the money we're getting in April? I said, what money? She's like, the tax return. I said, I don't get a very large tax return. I said, I usually end up owing a couple of bucks. I don't get a big tax return. She's like, yeah, it's the money you get from the government. And I'm like, no, that's the money that you've been giving them all year. I have seen some homeowners associations that do pay the property taxes. I have seen that, especially in nicer neighborhoods, that they take care of your roof, they take care of all the mowing, all the landscaping, and all the snow removal. No, I've seen it in houses. It's weird. Florida has it. It's weird. I don't want to live in any of those, but yeah, I've seen that. You have like $600 a month due. You have like $600 a month due in homeowners association fees, but you have no property tax, and then you have no maintenance at all. They take care of everything. condo absolutely makes sense. Yeah, because technically, in my opinion, you should not be paying property tax on your condo because you don't own the building. You only own one unit in the building. You should be paying condo association fees, and the building should be paying for that. No, you're good. You're covered. If it's a condo, it makes perfect sense because they own the building. You only own the unit inside the building. So that makes sense. I do not like homeowners associations. I really hate the one that I have. When I move to Florida, I'm really hoping to find an area that doesn't have a homeowners association at all. They do piss me off immensely. But we don't teach kids mortgages. We don't teach kids that even $11 on your mortgage every month can shave tens of thousands of dollars in interest. Because somebody messaged me after the last time I explained this. A mortgage isn't one loan. And you have to be able to conceptualize this. A mortgage is not one loan. A mortgage is 360, a 30-year mortgage is 360 loans for 360 different terms. So when you pay more, loan number 360 out of 360 for a term of 360 days, when you pay more each month, what you're doing is you're attacking all of the interest that this last 360th loan accumulates. When you've paid enough, what you effectively have is you don't have that loan anymore. You've dropped that loan off. Now you're attacking the 359th, and then the 358th, and the 357th. That's why people say, well, why do I pay so much in mortgage? Why is my mortgage rate so unbelievably high? Yeah, lenders hate it. Like I said, $111 on that $175,000 mortgage would save 9 years. I'm gonna take another loan for $425 with $85 down. I'm just gonna take their default one. They have all their property taxes in, so let me actually be smart about this so we can look at it in real time. And this is what they don't tell you. And this is what's a fucking shame. We don't teach kids in school. So just look at this real quick. You have your $425,000 home price. You have your down payment of 20%, so we're not going to mess with any of that. Your principal and interest is $2,102. All we're going to do, hold on, I need the exact number. So $2,200 minus $2,102.96. So all we're going to do is pay $97.04 more a month. So let me grab this and I'll put this up. So this is the loan. Can we stop with all the fucking buttons? Thank you. I just want this. So this is the loan if you pay the bank back at the rate they tell you to pay them back, right? So that is it. All we're gonna do. What did I say? Oh, shit, I lost the fucking number. 97.04. All we're gonna play is an additional 97.04 a month. Won't let me do. We'll just do 97. Look at the massive difference of $97. Look at this shit. And this is what most people that I helped at the financial shelter never understood. Look at the fucking, look at that. That's $58,000 by paying $97 more a month. Now, in this case, you only took 4 years off of the loan. but you took $58,000 fucking dollars off the loan. Holy shit. Imagine how much different most of your lives would be if you had known that early on. So now, watch the insanity of this. Let's just do $197. Right? $197. Damn, we have saved almost $100,000. Are you telling me to save $100,000, you're not willing to do a couple of things that you could do? Donate plasma? This is why kids want to be socialists. They don't actually learn economics. Right. You could, to make $200 extra a month, there's a fuck ton of things you could do. You could recycle cans. You could get you could as an adult just do odds and end jobs around the neighborhood for people. Rake leaves, mow lawns. You could get a part-time job working 1 day a week. And not learning economics makes it feel unfair. The reason why not learning economics makes it feel unfair is because the people before you bitched and moaned and complained, and they got the rules changed, but they never taught you the rule change. That's the problem. Did you know that in some of them, people are like, oh, the baby boomers didn't have this. The baby boomers didn't have this. Well, they did, and it was equivalent, but they couldn't pay off their mortgages early. They had to pay, the loan was fixed. The loan, the day they took the mortgage, right? The day they took the mortgage, this was their cost. It didn't matter. Well, let me take off the extra. It didn't matter if they paid extra or not. That was what they had to pay back. Their loans had an early prepayment penalty. A couple of people came into my show and they talked about the 50-year mortgage. Is the 50-year mortgage a bad idea? It's not a bad idea. It's only a bad idea if you don't understand how to leverage it. Should you take a 15-year mortgage or a 30-year mortgage? I have to ask you like 20 questions to tell you the right answer to that. Do you have fixed income or variable income? Well, what do you mean? Are you on salary, so you will always get the same amount of money? Or are you hourly, and will your hours at work get cut? My hours at work sometimes get cut, but then I sometimes have overtime. Great. Take the 30-year mortgage. Why? Lower monthly payment, slightly higher interest rate, but the months that your hours are cut, you're going to live with that. The ability to make your mortgage payment, not worry about foreclosure. And the months that you get overtime, since you can already live on the lower amount of money, you're going to dump all the overtime on top of your mortgage. Well, I should refinance my mortgage. No, you should never fucking refinance your mortgage. You should never, ever, ever, ever refinance your mortgage. Well, my conditions have changed. Great. Do you have more money? Yes, and I want a lower interest rate. Why do you want to refinance your mortgage and refront load all the interest that you've already paid? Well, I can afford to pay an extra $500 on my mortgage now so I can get a lower interest rate. What the fuck did I just show you? Just put the $500 a month extra you have now on top of the mortgage you have, and you're going to destroy the mortgage. You're going to just crush the fucking principal. You don't need to pay the bank another 1 to 5% underwriting fee. The average lifespan is on the decline and people want a 50-year loan. I mean, I guess fuck it. Well, yeah. The problem, though, is people don't understand how their payments on a mortgage are structured. Right, because we don't teach it. I hate that they front load the interest payments. Well, right. But is that the baby boomers' fault? No. Is that Generation X's fault? No. That goes all the way back to the silent generation. They wanted this magical thing called mortgages. How did people buy houses before that? The bank owned it, and you paid the bank over time. And then you got the house from the bank. And then people said, well, I don't want the bank to own it. The bank still fucking owns it. Nothing fucking changed. Nothing changed. They changed happy to glad. After my vacation in March, I would get a second job to kill the mortgage before getting a new house in a couple of years. Yeah, you should. You worked hard. Come on, Bunny's story. If you haven't been here before, come on, Bunny fucked up, admits he fucked up his taxes, owed a shit ton back and back penalties and interest. Worked 2 jobs, finally got under the fucking debt, taken a vacation in March, duly deserved. After that, get another second job and just attack the shit out of your mortgage. Attack the shit out of your mortgage. Have 20% down on the house you want to buy so you don't have to pay the bank's insurance policy. The bank gets the house if I default on the mortgage, but I have to pay the insurance policy that protects the bank who already gets the house if I default. No. I'm sorry, bank. If you get the fucking house, you pay the private mortgage insurance. It's like when I bought this house, my house in Ohio was on the market. My house in Ohio was $210. I was going to clear like $197 on it after it was all said and done. I bought this house and the bank was like, well, 20%. I was like, I don't give a shit, whatever. Like, finance 100% of the house for me. I don't give a shit. And they were like, why do you not care? I said, because it ultimately is going to account for about $300. And I'm more than happy to give you $300 to get this financed through the fastest way through underwriting. And they're like, well, you're not interested in putting any down? Guys, you're not listening to me. I don't care. Whatever fucking terms and conditions, ram this through underwriting at the most unfriendly terms ever. The only one I won't sign to is a prepayment penalty. So then 2 months later, I walk into the bank with a cashier's check and I was like, hey, what's up? They're like, hey, I was like, here's my entirety of my mortgage. I'm giving you the check. Send me a refund. And they immediately were like, well, don't you want to make... No, I want you to accept this in payment for full of what I owe you and then send me a check. And they did. Because then all the interest rate stops on that day. I've paid you in toto. You're holding my money now. You bought your home for $310, could sell it for $810, building a new home right now. Do I sell it or rent it out? I just don't see me making $500,000 and renting the thing over my lifetime. Thoughts? Dump it. Or, well, hold on a second. When is your new home going to be finished? Yeah, renting is a nightmare if you get the wrong tenant. At your price point, roughly a year. In roughly a year, if Donald Trump gets what he wants, you will be able to sell that for more. Because if Donald Trump gets what he wants and interest rates come down... Okay, so let me map this out. So your price right now is $810 less... 810 times 0.94. Oh no, we don't do that anymore. Sorry. Your price right now is 810 times 0.97. So 785, 700 is what your walk is going to be. So right now, supply is low, demand is level. Your price is 810. You'll walk with 785. Donald Trump gets what he wants. Supply will remain low. Demand will go up. Your price will probably go up to 850 to 875 because you'll get a couple of chuckle fucks will both want your house and they'll walk themselves above listing price. Remember, I don't benefit from lying to you. I don't benefit from lying to you about anything. I challenge you to go prove where I'm wrong. Lower interest rates by the Fed isn't going to make it easier for people to get homes. It's going to make it harder for people to get homes. A couple of years ago, there was a house in town I wanted to buy. It was $300,000. I put in a full market offer of $300,000. My realtor came back to me and said, you're going to have to do better than that because they already have 2 other full market offers. I said, fuck it. Put it in as written. You're my realtor. You have the legal obligation to put in the bid as I write it. So the realtor put my offer in at $300,000. I was a cash and carry. I was a cash and carry, so that meant I wasn't going to be mortgaging anything. I had a pre-approval letter from a lending institution, but it was also, this is to prove to you I'm pre-approved, but I also can do this cash and carry. The 2 people that really wanted the house ended up walking up the price of the house to $350,000. And that was, I'm going to delete that because that link looks sketch as fuck. I'm sorry. They walked the price up $50,000. And that was in about 2022 with really high interest rates. What's going to happen when the interest rates fall? Now you're going to have 8 chuckle fucks that are going to walk the price up. So I would hold it. I also would say this. At that price point, so the standard is 1% of the value of the property as the monthly rent. If you can't rent it for $8,100, and we'll do 10 months out of the year, so 81,000, we said 785 approximately divided by 81,000. So at approximately 85,000 cash and carry after closing fees, you would then be renting it for $8,100 a month, which is a fucking, that's a lot of money on a rent of a house. You would have 81,000 a year, because you would have one month of the year is your vacant, 1 month a year is the property manager's cut. I'm assuming you're going to use a property manager and not manage it yourself. That changes the equation, but trust me, use a property management company. It costs you 1/12 of your money, but it makes life all the easier. That means you would have to rent the place out for 9.7 years to recoup what you would sell. On top of that, for that price point, you're looking at 1 year's rent back into improvements every 5 years. So you're looking at having to rent it for 11.7 years. In your case, at that price point, sell it and be done with it. It's possible you could get rich people, but you're saying no shot. Yeah, $8,100 a month on rent. Now, of course, people are going to say, well, you don't have to rent it for 1%. Yeah, but now I'm incurring costs for a property that I could sell and dump. You also are going to have to pay the property tax on it because you're obviously going to have an $810,000 house. Yeah, 3,100 square feet, 4 bedrooms for $8K, probably not. Right. So now the area must be really nice, but the house doesn't support the price point. You're still going to be incurring property tax unless you want to play dirty, which some people do. I never recommend. You can't get a homestead exemption, so you're paying property taxes on an $810,000 house, which is probably no small amount of money. So in your case, you're better off to dump it and buy down the 1.5 million's price. Yeah, so at $4K a month, now you're talking about you're talking about 19.6 years, but because you're at 20, you have four $80,000 renovations to do. So now you're talking 24 years before you break even. At that price point, it doesn't really work. Because, and for those of you that don't understand what I'm saying, when you're a landlord, you have to look at 10% of the building value every 5th year for renovations. Because no matter how good of tenants you have, if you want to command, and this is assuming that you want a 1% price point, you're going to have to redo all the carpets every 5 years. Even if you rip out all of the carpet and put in all hardwood flooring, and I'm not talking laminate, I'm talking actual hardwood flooring, you're going to have to resurface the flooring every 5th year when you're in between tenants. And then remember, when you're doing a project of that size, you have more than 1 month downtime. You're talking repainting, you're talking new appliances. For the house to be worth $8,100 a month, it's got to be worth $8,100 a month. With that said, that's the stuff I love to do, as opposed to arguing with bullshit assholes. I love to help people so that they can just get an outside perspective. Am I always right? No, I'm not always right. I'm not always right. Carthos came to me and we bounced ideas off of each other about an investment property. He ended up going for it. I said I wouldn't have, but he worked his ass off. He also fell off the roof and broke some ribs. But he did what I say to people. Here's the risk analysis. After he and I talked, he said, I understand the analysis. I want the biscuit, so I'm going to risk it. With that said, I'll be back tomorrow for some video games. I'm going to go cook me some chicken with Dijon mustard sauce. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos